What if the most profound narrative ever shared harbored a significant omission, nearly 2 decades of its central figure's existence? The canonical Gospels, which meticulously chronicle Jesus' miraculous deeds, profound teachings, ultimate betrayal, and glorious resurrection, maintain a striking reticence regarding the extensive span of years separating his early childhood from the commencement of his public ministry. This profound silence is so absolute, it evokes a sense of deliberate intention, as if the scribes consciously withheld their ink, or as though memory itself had been meticulously veiled. Within the New Testament, only 2 brief instances illuminate his formative years. Initially, the captivating nativity accounts present shepherds and celestial beings announcing the infant's arrival. Subsequently, a singular, vivid depiction emerges when, at the age of 12, Jesus engages in theological discourse within the Jerusalem temple, exhibiting an astonishing sagacity that captivates the learned elders. Following this remarkable scene, the narrative abruptly dissipates. The subsequent encounter with Jesus places him at approximately 30 years old, poised on the banks of the Jordan River, awaiting immersion by John the Baptist. Thus, an entire 18-year period, almost 2 full decades of a human life, silently recedes into an unfathomable chasm. For any historical personality, such a lacuna would be noteworthy. However, for Jesus, whose life is widely acknowledged to have profoundly reconfigured global civilizations, this informational void extends beyond mere curiosity. It becomes truly unsettling. How could the crucial transitional years from adolescence to full manhood be entirely absent from the historical record? Did recollections simply fade? Were no documents ever created? Or were words once committed to parchment, only to be subsequently lost or intentionally concealed? Some theological scholars propose that this omission was pragmatic, suggesting that the Gospel authors simply did not deem those particular years pertinent to their overarching evangelistic objective. Yet, the absence feels anything but incidental. It resonates like a crucial page torn from an ancient manuscript before its contents could be absorbed. The sheer magnitude of those years, representing the fundamental shaping of a nascent soul, the acquisition of knowledge, and the refinement of character, renders their unaccounted absence profoundly weighty, almost oppressive in its implications. These unrecorded years stand akin to a locked chamber within a familiar dwelling, its door perpetually visible, yet never permitting entry. One might ponder the experiences those years would have encompassed. From the cusp of adolescence into the responsibilities of adulthood, Jesus would undoubtedly have navigated the universal challenges of self-identity, familial obligations, and communal duties. He might have toiled assiduously in Joseph's workshop, skillfully fashioning sturdy beams of cedar and olive wood into agricultural yokes or household furnishings. He could have traversed the sun-drenched hillsides of Galilee, intently observing the cyclical rhythms of sowing and harvesting, gleaning wisdom as much from the natural world as from human interaction. He may have dedicated himself to study within the local synagogue, diligently memorizing the sacred Torah and grappling with the austere yet poetic pronouncements of the ancient prophets. Nevertheless, the canonical Gospels glide over all these potential experiences in absolute silence. Consequently, the human imagination invariably rushes to occupy this informational vacuum. Where the documented history ceases, legend immediately takes root within that fertile quietude. Individuals across ages have cultivated narratives of extensive peregrinations, encounters with clandestine mentors, and profound, hidden revelations. Throughout the centuries, various traditions have proliferated like tenacious vines, intricately weaving elaborate narratives designed to bridge the chasm left by scriptural omission. Some envision Jesus in ascetic desert retreats, absorbing mystical insights from secluded sects such as the Essenes. Others transported him to the venerable lands of the pharaohs, where he supposedly imbibed the ancient wisdom embedded in Egypt's long cultural memory. Still others ventured even further, carrying him eastward across formidable mountain ranges and winding rivers into the spiritual heartland of India or beyond, where he might have engaged with enlightened sages representing entirely distinct religious doctrines. The sheer absence of verifiable fact thus becomes an exceptionally fertile ground for speculative thought, and such speculation, when reiterated consistently over extended periods, gradually solidifies into its own unique form of tradition. In medieval Europe, itinerant troubadours wove tales of Jesus journeying with nomadic traders. Within remote Himalayan valleys, indigenous stories recounted a saintly figure whose teachings strikingly echoed those of the Christ. In Britain, enduring legends emerged of a young child arriving with Joseph of Arimathea upon the mystical, mist-shrouded shores of Glastonbury. All these diverse tales, often disparate and occasionally contradictory, nonetheless converge upon one deeply unsettling recognition: that a fundamental piece of the narrative is conspicuously absent. This sense of missingness transcends mere historical inquiry. It delves into the existential. It compels us to ponder how much of any individual life remains perpetually unrecorded. How many of our own personal chapters silently vanish into oblivion, remembered by no one save ourselves. The unrecorded years of Jesus thus serve as a poignant mirror reflecting the unchronicled epochs of humanity itself, the myriad lives unnoted by formal chronicles, the unspoken seasons of profound growth that shape us in ways no historian can ever fully capture. Yet the silence specifically surrounding Jesus feels more than the product of ordinary human forgetfulness. It feels deliberately curated, intentionally crafted, perhaps even imbued with a sacred purpose. The early Christian communities meticulously transmitted their gospels, carefully selecting and preserving only what they deemed absolutely essential. The fact that they left this significant void untouched strongly implies a conscious choice, a decision whose resonance continues to reverberate across 2 millennia. Perhaps those years were considered too prosaic, too mundane for the sanctity of Holy Writ. Perhaps they contained experiences too complex, too potentially controversial, or too intricately interwoven with other non-Christian traditions. Or perhaps, most profoundly, the silence itself was intended as a didactic lesson, that before divine revelation, there must be a period of intense preparation. Before public ministry, there exists a profound mystery, a long, patient waiting, a hidden season, akin to a chrysalis in which something unseen and vital slowly takes form. Imagine those 18 years as a twilight-draped road stretching beyond the furthest horizon of sight. Along its enigmatic path, footsteps are barely discernible, half erased by the relentless winds of time. One can almost perceive them fading into the distant past. This is the journey of the boy who astounded venerable elders, progressively transforming into the man who would ultimately astonish entire empires. The profound silence of those years is not an empty void. Rather, it hums softly, like a string pulled taut, vibrating with an elusive meaning just beyond our immediate grasp. These vanishing years represent the very threshold of mystery. They serve as a powerful reminder that history, much like sacred scripture, frequently reveals its deepest truths as much through what it deliberately withholds as through what it explicitly states. And so, we commence not with absolute certainty, but with this pervasive silence, a silence that has endured for 2 millennia, inviting us to lean in closer, to attentively listen for the profound implications that reside between the lines. The Gospels are frequently regarded as among the most diligently preserved biographical accounts in human history. They profoundly influence the spiritual convictions of billions, their narratives retold within the hallowed confines of stone cathedrals, whispered in fervent prayers, vividly depicted in intricate frescoes, and disseminated to every remote corner of the globe. And yet, despite their extraordinary detail, they are undeniably incomplete. When one opens these sacred texts and endeavors to follow the narrative trajectory of Jesus' life, one inevitably encounters a vast, unbridged canyon. On one side stands a child imbued with precocious, extraordinary wisdom, while on the other, a fully grown man embarks upon his ministry, accompanied by his disciples. The crucial link, the bridge connecting these 2 distinct shores of his existence, is conspicuously absent. At the age of 12, the Gospels pinpoint Jesus' location in Jerusalem. The young boy lingers within the temple precincts, engaging in discourse with the revered elders, astonishing them with the depth of his understanding. It is a compelling portrait of burgeoning brilliance, a promise not yet fully actualized. And then, abruptly, the narrative curtain descends. The subsequent verse propels the story forward by nearly 2 decades. Jesus is no longer a child, but a man of approximately 30 years, departing the tranquil town of Nazareth to receive baptism in the Jordan River. In the intervening period, there is an absolute void, no reported voice, no recorded teaching, no discernible movement across the sacred pages. This profound silence has perplexed both devout believers and discerning historians alike. In the context of an ordinary human life, these would typically be the years of most significant personal transformation. The child matures into the adult. Innocence gradually yields to the complexities of experience. Enduring friendships are forged, while others may dissolve. Essential vocational skills are acquired, and crucially, individual identity is solidified. To omit such pivotal years from the narrative of any life would render it profoundly incomplete. However, for the figure universally recognized as the Messiah, this omission feels not merely incomplete, but monumental, akin to vital chapters deliberately excised from a book just before its dramatic climax. The Gospels themselves offer no explicit explanation for this lacuna. They effortlessly glide over the gap without any discernible apology, as if the silence itself were deemed entirely sufficient. Some scholars contend that this approach accurately reflects the author's primary intention. Their fundamental purpose was not to construct a comprehensive biography, but rather to present faith narratives meticulously crafted to proclaim Jesus as the Christ, not to appease historical curiosity. Within that specific theological framework, the unrecorded years held no intrinsic significance. What truly mattered were the miraculous demonstrations of divine power, the sacrificial death, and the triumphant resurrection. All other aspects could justifiably remain untold. And yet, what remains untold often resonates with the most profound impact. The very act of narrative omission powerfully ignites the human imagination. Why was this extensive space left blank? Was it because those years were perceived as too commonplace, too ordinary to merit the permanence of ink, filled simply with the sawdust and honest sweat from a carpenter's bench? Or was it, conversely, because they contained something too disruptive, too unconventional, or too challenging to preserve for future generations? In the centuries that followed, believers universally yearned to uncover more. Early church fathers, authors of apocryphal texts, and itinerant storytellers all endeavored to mend this narrative silence. Some accounts maintained that Jesus never left Galilee, leading an unassuming existence until the providential commencement of his public mission. Others, demonstrating greater narrative audacity, transported him into vast deserts and across expansive oceans, placing him in direct contact with profound wisdom originating far from his Judean homeland. Each of these attempts aimed not merely to fill the informational void, but fundamentally to address a deeper, more pervasive question: what truly distinguished Jesus? From whence did his extraordinary knowledge originate? How was he able to speak with such inherent authority, delivering parables that seemed to carry echoes of cultures far beyond the immediate confines of Judea? The empty pages within the Gospels thus transformed into a reflective mirror. Each successive generation gazed intently into this void and perceived its own reflection, shaping legends that harmonized with its prevailing fears, its deepest hopes, and its persistent longing for coherent explanations. To mystics, this significant gap suggested a period of hidden initiation, years dedicated to profound spiritual training conducted beyond the scrutinizing gaze of conventional history. To skeptics, it implied a process of gradual myth-making, an ordinary youth subsequently transformed and elevated by the power of narrative. To those positioned between these two poles, it remained an enduring mystery, one that invited a sense of wonder and contemplative inquiry more than it demanded definitive conclusion. It is profoundly tempting to conceptualize those lost years as a kind of secret book, once meticulously written but subsequently erased from existence. Perhaps fragile scrolls did once exist, their delicate parchment crumbling inevitably into dust. Perhaps vivid memories persisted within vibrant oral traditions, only to be silenced by the relentless passage of time. Or perhaps, most hauntingly of all, the very blankness was deliberate, not a lamentable loss, but a purposeful veil, a chosen silence specifically intended to protect something that was not yet ready to be fully revealed. The initial purpose was to safeguard knowledge that remained undisclosed. Imagine the sacred Gospels as venerable manuscripts afflicted by missing folios. One might perceive, within the delicate layers of parchment, a palpable void, an absence as profound as the written script itself. The full narrative seems to hover just at the periphery of comprehension, leaving observers to ponder if these pages were ever penned, or if the very silence constituted the intended message. Consequently, the Gospels present an enigmatic contradiction. They herald profound spiritual insights, while deliberately omitting granular specifics. They articulate divine verities, but elide crucial biographical periods, bringing humanity face to face with a savior, yet obscuring the formative journey that shaped his eventual identity. Within these lacunae, a compelling blend of intellectual vexation and profound intrigue invariably resides. The profound reticence within the gospel narratives serves as a potent reminder that historical accounts are intrinsically incomplete. Such chronicles are typically assembled from disparate fragments, intertwined with numerous lacunae where crucial threads remain absent. These interstitial voids, far from being accidental oversights, function instead as compelling solicitations. They entice observers to engage in imaginative reconstruction, to listen with heightened acuity, and ultimately, to embrace the notion that enigma is an inherent component of verity. One might conceptualize those 18 undocumented years as an extended caesura within a sweeping narrative, a pregnant stillness designed to attune the auditory senses for the unfolding events, akin to an anticipatory inhalation preceding a melody, or the penumbral interval preceding daybreak. The very absence of narrative functions as a profound overture. Perhaps this intentional omission explains why the canonical Gospels chose not to chronicle those years. It is conceivable they intended for us to draw nearer, to intuit that behind these ostensibly empty pages resided not mere vacuity, but a profound plenitude. The gradual, veiled metamorphosis of the individual destined to fundamentally alter the course of human history. As the canonical Gospels recede into narrative reticence, distinctive narratives begin to emerge from the periphery of historical consciousness. These comprise the apocryphal texts, literary works excluded from the established scriptural corpus, occasionally denounced as heterodox doctrines, sometimes clandestinely venerated, and frequently consigned to oblivion within the dust-laden archives of monasteries. These texts represent disparate mnemonic shards, subtle reverberations of divergent theological currents, and attenuated resonances of existences unfolding outside conventional doctrinal limits. Within their pages, the erstwhile narrative void surrounding Jesus' unrecorded early life starts to resonate with speculative potential. Prominent among these early compositions is the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, a text distinct from the renowned Gospel of Thomas, and composed arguably in the 2nd century CE. This particular work endeavors to span the chronological lacuna between the precocious youth in the Jerusalem temple and the mature individual encountering John the Baptist at the Jordan River. Within its pages, the young Jesus transcends mere precocity to exhibit formidable power, as evidenced by episodes such as sculpting avians from earthen material and imbuing them with aerial capability, or even inflicting punitive harm upon detractors and subsequently extending restorative succor to those previously afflicted. These peculiar, occasionally disquieting narratives delineate a youthful persona simultaneously imbued with divine essence and possessing a perilous capacity. Although omitted from the official scriptural compilation, the text offers a significant insight. Even in the earliest centuries, adherents of Christianity found the narrative vacuum surrounding Jesus' formative years insupportable. They ardently desired to ascertain the events encompassing those unrecorded periods, and thus populated this void with narratives fluctuating between verifiable wonder and imaginative legend. The Gospel of the Hebrews, presently extant only through disparate citations, also furnishes an alluring vestige of Jesus' early life, maintained in textual remnants cited by venerable patristic scholars. It appears to portray Jesus articulating pronouncements that underscore acquired sagacity, diverse peregrinations, and esoteric knowledge assimilated, thereby transcending the circumscribed parameters of the canonical narratives. Certain of its reverberations intimate an infusion of influence from Hebraic esoteric traditions and even Oriental philosophical paradigms, creating the impression that the author had discerned faint intimations of peregrinations, extending beyond the geographical confines of Judea. Subsequently, we encounter the Gospel of Thomas, a distinctive compendium of logia ascribed to Jesus, which was excavated in 1945 in the vicinity of Nag Hammadi, Egypt. This text is notably devoid of conventional narrative structure, miraculous occurrences, or the Passion account, solely comprising utterances characterized by their aphoristic brevity and profound enigmatic quality. Nevertheless, certain of these aphorisms possess a more archaic, fundamental resonance than the refined didactic narratives found in the synoptic Gospels of Matthew or Luke. They articulate concepts of concealed gnosis, the immanence and omnipresence of the divine kingdom, and introspection and personal realization as the conduit to enlightenment. This prompts profound inquiry. Do these words reverberate with doctrines assimilated during those unrecorded decades, or do they represent a contemporaneous mnemonic tradition, representing an alternative trajectory within nascent Christianity? Scholars engage in perpetual scholarly discourse regarding these questions, yet the enigma endures. Furthermore, the non-canonical literary heritage was not confined solely to gospel accounts. The formative centuries witnessed the proliferation of numerous diverse texts, including, for example, the Gospel of Mary, the Acts of Thomas, the Gospel of the Ebionites, alongside a multitude of others. Some of these works presented depictions of Jesus within novel and unconventional narrative settings, while others alluded to extensive peregrinations extending considerably beyond the geographical boundaries of Palestine. In the apocryphal Acts of Thomas, for instance, the Apostle Thomas is recounted as undertaking an expedition to the Indian subcontinent, disseminating doctrines bearing a remarkable resemblance to those espoused by his spiritual mentor. Could this narrative serve as a vestige of an ancient precursor, suggesting that Jesus himself, during his veiled formative period, had already journeyed eastward, implanting intellectual or spiritual tenets that his follower would subsequently propagate? Even within the rich tapestries of Jewish and Islamic traditions, the profound reticence of the canonical Gospels did not remain unaddressed. Medieval Hebraic texts, for instance, sporadically conjectured about Jesus' early life, depicting him as an acolyte of esoteric disciplines, or at times as a heterodox figure who ventured excessively into prescribed knowledge. Conversely, in Islamic tradition, the Quran provides brief, evocative portrayals of a nascent Jesus who articulates pronouncements from infancy and manifests miraculous portents even in childhood, striking resonances of non-canonical narratives that had traversed extensive temporal and geographical expanses. These myriad writings, disparate and often incongruous, nonetheless exhibit a singular, intriguing characteristic. They came into being due to an imperative to populate a narrative void. The lacunae within the canonical Gospels functioned as a powerful attractant, drawing forth a confluence of legendary accounts, speculative hypotheses, and imaginative reveries. Each distinct community, incapable of tolerating the narrative vacuum, consequently fashioned its unique narrative tapestry to obscure the omission. And yet, if one approaches these apocryphal texts not as voracious historical chronicles, but as profound apertures into collective human aspiration, their significance becomes profoundly elucidating. They demonstrably illustrate that from the nascent centuries, adherents were persistently vexed by the enigma of Jesus' unrecorded formative period, They found it untenable that an individual articulating such profound and universal wisdom could have experienced an unremarkable and obscure adolescence. They intuitively perceived that the narrative lacuna must obscure a more profound reality. Specifically, extensive peregrinations, rigorous intellectual pursuits, and transformative spiritual epiphanies that meticulously prepared him for the exceptional trajectory that lay before him. Envision a monastic scribe in the tremulous illumination within a scriptorium, his quill meticulously traversing vellum. He inscribes, not history, but longing. His chosen words represent an earnest endeavor to apprehend ephemeral specters, to imbue narrative form upon an absence. While he lacks empirical substantiation for Jesus's precise peregrinations, he nonetheless possesses the capacity for imaginative reconstruction. And within that very act of imagination, he inadvertently preserves for posterity a chronicle not of factual occurrences, but of the innate human imperative to ameliorate narrative emptiness. The apocryphal texts persist like disparate stanzas of an ancient, largely forgotten melody. They are fragmentary, harmonically dissonant, and occasionally tonally misaligned. Yet they serve as a potent reminder that narrative vacuums are never truly devoid of content. Instead, narratives spontaneously converge to occupy such spaces, bearing resonant reverberations of unchronicled journeys. Whether those echoes represent verifiable historical fact or subtly disseminated myth, they still reach us across time, as subtly persistent as receding footsteps echoing through an ancient passageway. These apocryphal fragments serve as a salient testament that the very fabric of history is frequently woven from subtle intimations. They underscore the principle that omissions can prove as profoundly elucidating as explicit inclusions, and that in the penumbral spaces within the Gospel's unwritten folios, subtle vocalizations continue to resonate, inviting contemplative inquiry concerning the peregrinations of Jesus during those 18 years of concealment. Among the multitude of theoretical constructs emerging in response to the narrative void concerning Jesus's concealed years, scarcely any maintains such enduring tenaciousness as the postulation that he sojourned within the Essenes community. This enigmatic Hebraic order inhabited the desolate regions proximate to the Dead Sea, their austere existences etched into the very stone of cliffs and preserved within hermetically sealed scroll jars. To some contemporary observers, they appeared as zealots consumed by an unwavering adherence to ceremonial ablution. To others, they were profound esoterics, entrusted with safeguarding arcane knowledge deemed too delicate for conventional apprehension. Even in the contemporary era, the Essenes continue to present an intractable mystery. Our understanding primarily stems from venerable historical chroniclers such as Josephus, Philo, and Pliny the Elder, and more proximately, from the momentous discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls within the Qumran caves during the mid-20th century. These ancient scrolls meticulously describe a separatist commune, resolutely eschewing the perceived venality of the Jerusalem temple establishment. They existed in fervent anticipation of an imminent eschatological consummation, adhering to rigorous asceticism, ceremonial ablutions, and hallowed repasts. Their writings are replete with apocalyptic visions of cosmic duality, detailing the ultimate conflict between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. In essence, they conducted their lives as if existence itself teetered on the precipice of divine unveiling. Within this rigorous desert solitude, certain theorists postulate a youthful Jesus sojourning within their midst. The concordances between Essene practices and later Christian tenets prove compelling. The Essenes performed immersion rites in flowing water, bearing a striking resemblance to John the Baptist's practice in the Jordan River. Furthermore, they partook in shared repasts of bread and wine, symbols destined to acquire profound cosmic significance within subsequent Christian liturgical practices. Moreover, they fervently prophesied the advent of an imminent teacher of righteousness, who would provide spiritual guidance to the faithful during the eschatological period, a persona eerily analogous to the prophetic mantle Jesus would eventually assume. The arid expanse, characterized by its profound tranquility and expansive, unblemished horizons, represents an archetypal milieu conducive to profound spiritual metamorphosis. It intrinsically divests one of worldly comforts and extraneous diversions, reducing existence to its quintessential spiritual and corporeal essence. If Jesus indeed desired ascetic seclusion, or sought instructors embodying an absolute commitment to spiritual tenets, scarcely any locale could have been more apposite than the subterranean chambers of Qumran. Certain erudite researchers even posit that John the Baptist himself underwent formative conditioning through Essene influence, his resonant proclamation from the wilderness mirroring their fervent eschatological imperative. Should John's origins indeed be traced to this community, might not Jesus have traversed an analogous trajectory? Nevertheless, empirical corroboration remains elusive. Notably, the canonical Gospels conspicuously omit any direct nomenclature of the Essenes, despite frequently referencing the Pharisees and Sadducees. Perhaps, in this context, the very reticence is profoundly indicative, a deliberate omission concealing an affiliation either excessively intimate or politically inconvenient to publicly recognize. It is possible that a connection exists, one that is either too close for comfort or too awkward to openly acknowledge. Alternatively, it may simply be a profound coincidence that their teachings align so closely with the principles that would later characterize Jesus' ministry. The mere possibility continues to captivate and intrigue. One can readily envision him adorned in the sect's pristine white robes, participating in ritual ablutions beneath the towering desert cliffs, his voice joining in hymns under the vast, star-studded expanse of the night sky, as sacred scrolls are read aloud by the flickering glow of torchlight. Consider the meticulous discipline that governed their daily existence. Dawn prayers, communal meals, extensive periods dedicated to study, and a constant vigilance for omens signaling the imminent end of days. It is not difficult to perceive how such a structured rhythm could indelibly shape a young individual on a spiritual quest. Should Jesus have indeed spent a period among the Essenes, it is plausible that what he assimilated from them was less about specific doctrines and more about a profound sense of discipline. The profound stillness, the unwavering concentration, and the unblemished purity of intention. These intrinsic qualities resonate distinctly in his subsequent ministry, not as rigid tenets, but as an inherent inner fortitude, an acute clarity that empowered him to transcend conventional traditions and articulate his message with undeniable authority. While others rigidly adhered to prescribed rituals, he infused them with new meaning and transformed their essence. Where others passively awaited the eschatological conclusion, he boldly declared the advent of a divine kingdom already manifesting in the present moment. The Essenes firmly believed themselves to be the consecrated custodians of a sacred pact, a select remnant preserved specifically for the final epoch. In Jesus, some discern the ultimate fulfillment of that prophetic vision, not through self-imposed isolation, but through an encompassing embrace of humanity. He emerged from the stark wilderness and ventured into the bustling villages, carrying with him, perhaps, the fervent zeal of Essene devotion, yet reinterpreting it into boundless compassion, miraculous healing, and an open, universal invitation. The contemplation that he might have once walked among them is not merely an academic historical inquiry. It serves as a poignant reminder that profound wisdom frequently blossoms in concealed realms, that the profound silence of the desert, much like the quietude of sacred scripture, can safeguard invaluable treasures that remain imperceptible to those who traverse too swiftly. Close your eyes and visualize the ancient caves of Qumran. The cliffs ascend stark and pale against a searing sky. The Dead Sea stretches in the distance, placid as a mirror, its waters dense with salt. A youthful figure traverses the narrow pathways, sacred scrolls tucked securely beneath his arm, his sandals coated with the fine dust of the earth. He pauses at the water's edge, descends into the refreshingly cool current, and emerges dripping wet, his eyes closed, his face uplifted towards the radiant sun. No historical account chronicles this specific moment. No gospel narrative preserves it. And yet, within the collective imagination of centuries, it persists, a faint whisper of the Essenes, resonating through the profound silence of Jesus' unrecorded years. When the enigmatic silence of Jesus' formative years extends before us, one of the most ancient traditions posits his footsteps not amidst the verdant hills of Galilee, but upon the venerable banks of the Nile. Egypt, a land steeped in the legacy of pharaohs and monumental pyramids, had historically served as a sanctuary for the descendants of Israel. Abraham himself had traversed its arid deserts. Joseph had ascended to a position of immense authority within its royal courts. Moses had famously guided his people from its oppressive bondage. And, as recounted in the Gospel of Matthew, Joseph and Mary once sought refuge there with the infant Jesus, fleeing the murderous wrath of Herod. If his earliest infancy briefly touched upon the looming shadow of the Nile, might not his later, unrecorded years have drawn him back to that very same ancient land? In the 1st century, Egypt was far more than just a relic of bygone pharaohs. It was a vibrant confluence of global wisdom. Alexandria, the magnificent metropolis situated at the mouth of the Nile, radiated as an unparalleled beacon of scholarly enlightenment. Its legendary libraries, though somewhat diminished from their zenith, still meticulously preserved invaluable scrolls from Greece, Babylon, India, and myriad other distant lands. Jewish intellectuals also converged there in significant numbers, diligently translating the Hebrew scriptures into Greek, a monumental undertaking known as the Septuagint. Philosophy, intricate mysticism, advanced medicine, and sophisticated astronomy all intertwined seamlessly within that profoundly cosmopolitan urban center. If a young seeker harbored an ardent desire for knowledge, Alexandria presented itself as an unparalleled nexus where the collective wisdom of the entire world converged. Tradition gently whispers that Jesus may have traversed those majestic marble colonnades, attentively listening to the eloquent discourses of philosophers, absorbing animated debates in echoing courtyards, and observing the elaborate rituals performed by priests of Isis and Osiris, rites steeped in millennia of profound mystery. The striking parallels between ancient Egyptian wisdom and subsequent Christian symbolism are undeniably compelling. Themes of death and resurrection, divine judgment and eternal life, the ultimate triumph of luminous light over encroaching darkness. These were deeply ingrained motifs within Egyptian religious thought, long before their manifestation in Christian sermons. To boldly suggest direct influence might be audacious, but to unequivocally deny any resonance whatsoever is simply untenable. Furthermore, there exist quieter, more localized traditions diligently preserved by Coptic Christians in Egypt, which assert that Jesus indeed spent a significant period among them. Some adherents point to ancient monastic sayings and the profound spirituality of the desert as distant reflections of his hidden years spent along the fertile Nile. Others recount tales of clandestine schools of healing where potent herbs, rhythmic chants, and sacred oils were employed. These might be echoes, perhaps, of the miraculous healing touch that Jesus later so powerfully demonstrated. Imagine the young carpenter walking through the grand avenues of Alexandria, the invigorating Mediterranean wind playfully tugging at his cloak. Ships arriving from distant India and mighty Rome throng the bustling harbor, their sails brilliant against the expansive horizon. Within the city's myriad temples, fragrant incense spirals upwards towards gods meticulously carved from ancient stone. In its esteemed lecture halls, erudite scholars meticulously trace intricate diagrams of celestial bodies and engage in profound discussions about the unseen cosmic harmony. In the venerable synagogue, Torah scrolls are reverently read aloud in both Hebrew and Greek, allowing two distinct traditions to converge into a unified spiritual experience. It is here, some believe, that Jesus might have assimilated the vast breadth of wisdom that subsequently enabled him to communicate across diverse cultures, thereby seamlessly bridging the divide between Jew and Gentile alike. And yet, if such extensive journeys truly transpired, they left absolutely no discernible trace within the canonical scriptural record. Perhaps this omission was entirely deliberate. The early church may have harbored reservations about establishing connections that could imply their Savior derived profound wisdom from sources external to the sacred covenant of Israel. To associate him with Egypt, a land frequently depicted in Scripture as a place of prolonged exile and severe oppression, would have undoubtedly been disquieting. It was deemed preferable to leave those years entirely unmentioned, rather than to suggest that the Messiah's divine light was potentially kindled by foreign lamps. Nevertheless, the allure of Egypt continues to linger powerfully within the collective imagination. The colossal pyramids stood already ancient, their massive stones serving as silent, enduring witnesses to civilizations that had long since vanished into antiquity. The majestic Nile continued its timeless cycle of swelling and ebbing with the inexorable rhythm of passing time. And in that land of profound shadows, wisdom was meticulously preserved, akin to precious grain stored securely within a sealed granary, patiently awaiting those discerning individuals who earnestly sought it. Close your eyes and visualize Jesus standing at twilight on the tranquil banks of the river. The water shimmers with the fading light of day. Papyrus reeds sway gently in the evening breeze, and the melancholic call of distant birds drifts softly across the air. In the far distance, ancient temples rise majestically against the horizon, their hieroglyphs intricately etched with stories older than human memory itself. A young man intently gazes across this profound landscape, absorbing its myriad mysteries, assimilating truths that transcend the limitations of written language, meticulously preparing for a momentous mission that will one day extend far beyond the humble confines of Galilee. Whether historical evidence ultimately confirms it or not, the notion remains luminously compelling that the lost years of Jesus may have been spent traversing Egyptian shadows, where the accumulated wisdom of countless ages awaited, much like a dormant seed, poised to blossom magnificently when the opportune moment finally arrived. If the imagination ventures beyond the ancient lands of Egypt, it soon envisions Jesus embarking upon the great arteries of trade that interconnected the ancient world. These were the legendary routes collectively known as the Silk Road, an expansive network of pathways extending from the Mediterranean shores, through the heart of Persia, across the formidable mountains of Central Asia, and deep into the vast territories of India and China. Along these arduous roads, caravans, though moving at a deliberate pace, journeyed ceaselessly, laden with precious silk, exotic spices, and dazzling jewels. However, they conveyed far more than mere commodities. They carried profound ideas, captivating stories, and diverse faiths, whispered from one flickering campfire to the next, like sparks leaping into the encroaching night. Some ancient traditions suggest that during his hidden years, Jesus may have traversed these very same roads, a solitary seeker among a multitude of merchants and mystics. The sheer allure of this possibility is undeniably potent. The Silk Road was not a singular, uniform highway, but rather an intricate tapestry of cultural intersections. Within the bustling caravans along its winding course, Greek philosophy might serendipitously encounter Hindu teachings, and Persian dualism could intermingle with the profound practices of Buddhist meditation. It served as an unparalleled corridor of dynamic exchange, not only for the tangible wealth of various nations, but also for the invaluable, intangible richness of human thought. Legends originating from India faintly allude to a revered saintly figure known as Isa, who is said to have journeyed from the West to undertake studies among them. In the 19th century, a Russian traveler named Nicholas Notovich controversially claimed to have unearthed a manuscript within a remote Himalayan monastery, detailing the life of this Saint Isa, a youth who reportedly departed from Israel and wandered into India, where he absorbed wisdom from both Brahmins and Buddhists, before eventually returning to his homeland. While scholars vigorously debate the authenticity of Notovich's narrative, with most dismissing it as an outright fabrication, the story nevertheless continues to resonate, for it touches upon a deep-seated human desire to elucidate the universal quality inherent in Jesus's profound wisdom. The striking parallels are highly suggestive. Buddhist texts eloquently spoke of boundless compassion, of profound detachment from worldly desires, and of the imperative to care for all living beings. Hindu philosophy delved deeply into concepts of unity, the divine spark residing within each individual soul, and the intricate cycle of birth and rebirth. When one hears Jesus speak of the exquisite lilies of the field, or of the divine kingdom of God residing within, or of the meek inheriting the earth, the resonance with ancient Eastern wisdom seems to stir just beneath the surface. Could these intriguing echoes be mere coincidence? Or might they, perhaps, reflect seeds of knowledge planted during extensive journeys along the fabled Silk Road? Imagine the young Jesus moving amongst throngs of merchants and pilgrims, his sandals thoroughly dusted from countless miles of arduous travel. He passes through the vibrant city of Damascus with its bustling markets, its air redolent with the intoxicating scents of saffron and frankincense. He then traverses through Persia, where ancient fire temples glow with an ethereal light against the evening sky, their sacred flames meticulously tended by priests who articulate profound concepts of light and darkness in an eternal, cosmic struggle. He ascends treacherous mountain passes where the air becomes thin and crisp, only to descend into lush, fertile valleys teeming with an explosion of color and vibrant sound. Each deliberate step carries him deeper into lands where the pantheon of gods is vast and diverse, and yet where fundamental wisdom frequently circles back to a singular, overarching truth: that the divine is not distant and remote, but intimately near, intricately woven into the very fabric of existence itself. It existed not as a distant fantasy, but as a tangible reality, intricately woven into the very tapestry of global human experience. Within the bustling confines of wayside caravanserais, weary trade convoys found respite, fostering an extraordinary confluence of tongues, the resonant cadences of Greek, the ancient echoes of Aramaic, the poetic flow of Sanskrit, and the distinct tones of Chinese. Conversations swelled and receded, reminiscent of the rhythmic ebb and flow of oceanic melodies. A young individual originating from the modest region of Galilee might initially have been perceived as an outsider in such cosmopolitan settings. However, it is equally plausible that he would have been received with a certain degree of hospitality, given that traders frequently esteemed captivating narratives with the same fervor they held for precious metals, and venerable wise men were customarily accorded deference regardless of their travels. Amidst these dynamic hubs of cultural exchange, one can readily envision a contemplative young man attentively heeding diverse perspectives, internalizing profound insights, and subtly cultivating a profound comprehension that would, in due course, profoundly impact his own community. Beyond its function as a mere transit route, the legendary Silk Road also profoundly embodies a broader concept of global linkage. It represents an enduring emblem of profound interconnectedness, illustrating how no geographical domain remained entirely sequestered and no spiritual belief system developed in complete isolation from its adjacent cultures. The compelling notion that Jesus may have traversed these ancient pathways serves, in part, as a tacit recognition that the expansive scope of his doctrines appears to transcend the specific geographical confines of Palestine, seemingly imbued with the very essence and spirit drawn from a multitude of diverse territories. Naturally, academic historians consistently caution that concrete, verifiable proof supporting such journeys is entirely absent. The canonical Gospels, the primary biographical accounts, offer no mention whatsoever of these supposed travels. Furthermore, the alleged ancient writings that refer to a figure named Isa continue to be subjects of intense scholarly dispute and critical scrutiny. Nevertheless, this very lack of definitive historical record paradoxically cultivates an expansive void, permitting the human imagination to wander freely. Consequently, within the profound quietude of those undocumented periods of his early life, the tantalizing prospect of a journey along the Silk Road emerges, much like a half-recalled musical refrain, initially remote and barely perceptible, yet possessing an uncanny resonance of familiarity. One might pause, close their eyes, and endeavor to perceive the auditory tapestry of that ancient era. Imagine the rhythmic groaning of caravan wheels, the hushed, almost imperceptible tread of dromedaries navigating sandy expanses, and the harmonious blend of myriad linguistic expressions converging into a singular, ambient chorus. Conceivably, amidst this vibrant tableau, a contemplative young pilgrim might have moved with quiet purpose, his countenance directed towards distant vistas that no scriptural account ever chronicled. While the precise trajectory of his travels may have vanished into the mists of time, the profound conceptualization persists. That the profound insights emanating from Galilee might have been profoundly shaped and refined along the intricate, sinuous arteries of the Silk Road, a historical nexus where the distinct civilizations of the Orient and the Occident have perpetually converged, both in unspoken understanding and through shared narratives. Journeying considerably eastward from the arid expanses of Judea and the ancient trading pathways of Persia, one encounters a region enshrouded in ethereal mists and the profound quietude of towering mountains. The verdant valleys of Kashmir, situated majestically within the elevated reaches of the formidable Himalayas, where pristine, snow-nourished rivers meticulously sculpt fertile, emerald-hued ravines and stately pine trees ascend skyward, touching the very clouds. Persistent local folklore continues to recount the presence of a revered spiritual figure who once traversed these lands. A segment of the populace refers to him as Isa, a designation that bears a striking and intriguing phonetic resemblance to Jesus. Others narrate the arrival of a sagacious seer, purportedly from the Western lands, who imparted profound lessons on empathy, miraculously restored health to the ailing, and subsequently departed from the region with the same enigmatic swiftness as his initial appearance. Pinpointing the precise genesis of this particular oral tradition proves to be a challenging endeavor. Some of the earliest recorded murmurs of this narrative emerge from the age-old verbal accounts diligently preserved by the inhabitants of Kashmiri villages, narratives that depicted a profoundly sagacious instructor whose philosophical tenets bore a remarkable congruity with those expounded by the Christ figure revered in Western cultures. During the 19th century, intrepid explorers and dedicated missionaries operating within the area documented their personal encounters with these very tales, notably Nicholas Notovich, the very same adventurer who controversially asserted the discovery of an ancient manuscript detailing the life of Isa within a secluded Ladakh monastery, additionally indicated Kashmir as a plausible territory where Jesus might once have resided. Subsequent authors, encompassing both rigorous academics and those inclined towards more speculative interpretations, further elaborated upon these initial assertions, meticulously integrating them into the pervasive and enduring hypothesis concerning the presence of Jesus within the Indian subcontinent. The very topography and atmosphere of the valley itself appear to harmoniously reinforce the legendary narrative. Within the ancient labyrinthine thoroughfares of Srinagar, the capital city, stands a revered sanctuary identified as Rosabal. This sacred site is held in profound veneration by certain indigenous residents, who regard it as the ultimate interment location of a holy figure known as Uz Asaf, an esteemed preceptor purportedly arriving from distant lands, whose biographical account demonstrates a remarkably coincidental parallelism with that of Jesus. Internally, a stone coffin or sarcophagus is reverently shrouded in rich fabric, enveloped by an almost palpable stillness. For a portion of observers, the Rosabal shrine represents nothing more than the sepulchre of an anonymous spiritual recluse. Conversely, For others, it stands as compelling substantiation for the assertion that Jesus did not succumb to death upon the cross, but rather embarked on an eastward pilgrimage, ultimately spending his twilight years within the verdant, tranquil valleys of Kashmir. This particular theory remains highly contentious, largely repudiated by the majority of mainstream historians and rigorously contested within theological discourse. For adherents of Christianity, it directly impugns the foundational tenet of the resurrection. For practitioners of Islam, it intersects with their established traditions, portraying Jesus as a revered prophet who did not perish, but was instead elevated directly by divine power. For those of a skeptical disposition, it is merely another captivating myth, emerging from historical lacunae and profound human yearning. Nevertheless, the enduring resilience of this narrative, which has been quietly transmitted through generations for centuries within these secluded mountain enclaves, renders its complete dismissal a rather challenging proposition. Should one temporarily abstract from the specific contentions surrounding burial sites and sacred artifacts, the mere conceptualization of Jesus journeying to Kashmir during his undocumented formative years carries considerable symbolic resonance. This distinctive region has historically functioned as a vibrant crucible where diverse cultural streams, ancient Hindu philosophies, profound Buddhist tenets, and subsequently the rich traditions of Islam have harmoniously intersected. To have traversed this land would have been akin to standing at the very confluence of myriad venerable spiritual and intellectual traditions. The breathtakingly serene natural vistas, characterized by majestic snow-capped summits mirrored flawlessly in placid, crystalline lakes, would assuredly have provided an ideal environment for profound solitary meditation. Furthermore, the secluded monastic communities, strategically ensconced within remote mountain passes, would have extended a hospitable reception to any earnest seeker profoundly desirous of enlightenment and ultimate verity. One might conjure a vivid mental image of Jesus traversing the awe-inspiring terrain beneath the towering Himalayan peaks, where the atmosphere is remarkably thin and invigoratingly crisp, and colorful prayer flags flutter rhythmically in the brisk mountain breezes. Envision him seated in quiet contemplation alongside venerable monks within dimly lit, candle-illuminated chambers, his ears attuned to the mesmerizing ebb and flow of sacred chants, rising and receding like the undulations of the sea. Picture him diligently acquiring knowledge from sagacious spiritual masters who discoursed extensively upon the virtues of emotional non-attachment, profound empathy for all creatures, and the fundamental, everlasting interconnectedness of existence. The daily cadence of life in this elevated sanctuary would undoubtedly have presented a stark contrast to the familiar rhythms of Galilee's agricultural landscapes, with its vineyards and cultivated fields. Nevertheless, the intrinsic ethical principles assimilated there, specifically the emphasis on gentleness, profound simplicity, and an abiding inner tranquility, would certainly not have been discordant with the core tenets of his subsequent public ministry. Irrespective of whether the narrative concerning Kashmir leans more towards mythical embellishment than verifiable historical fact, it nonetheless illuminates a deeply profound insight, an implicit acknowledgement that the unparalleled wisdom attributed to Jesus seemingly transcends all geographical boundaries. His profound pronouncements reverberate across disparate civilizations, finding harmonious resonance with fundamental verities imparted in remote, secluded valleys, just as powerfully as they did, within the bustling synagogues of Judea. The local populace of Kashmir, perceiving distinct parallels between their indigenous traditions and the teachings encapsulated within the Christian Gospels, instinctively found it natural to conceptualize that this revered figure had, at some point, trod upon their majestic mountains. In the tranquil moments of introspective contemplation, particularly as evening descends, the very land of Kashmir itself seamlessly integrates into the overarching enigma. Its serene valleys, tenderly cradled amidst colossal peaks, appear to constitute an eminently suitable backdrop for those undocumented formative periods of his life. It is a realm where profound quietude predominates, where the sacred feels intimately accessible, and where an itinerant spiritual guide could potentially traverse without drawing overt attention, yet nonetheless imprint an indelible legacy that persists across countless generations. One might gently close their eyes and allow their mind to paint a vivid tableau of the valley as twilight descends. The pristine snow, clinging to the remote mountain crests, emits a faint, ethereal luminescence. A crystalline river meanders gracefully through the landscape, its surface mirroring the dwindling golden rays of the setting sun. Within a modest hamlet, a solitary wayfarer finds repose, his utterances characterized by a gentle demeanor, yet possessing a profound incisiveness, his very presence leaving an indelible imprint, a recollection too tenacious to ever truly dissipate. Regardless of whether this account is rooted in historical fact or woven from legendary threads, the secluded valleys of Kashmir vigilantly guard their profound enigma, cradling within their pervasive stillness the captivating prospect that Jesus once traversed their terrain, his enigmatic, unrecorded years serenely sheltered beneath the majestic embrace of the Himalayas. Among the more enigmatic historical narratives that have persisted through the annals of time is the fascinating account suggesting that Jesus, significantly prior to the commencement of his public ministry, undertook an extraordinary voyage not towards the eastern lands, but rather westward, braving tumultuous seas and formidable storms to reach the fog-enshrouded archipelago of Britain. This particular legend posits his companionship with Joseph of Arimathea, identified as a prosperous kinsman and subsequently a discreet patron. Joseph, according to these narratives, was a figure of considerable standing and commercial acumen, involved in the lucrative trade of tin and various other metallic resources that commanded high value in the ancient global marketplace. His extensive mercantile itineraries frequently extended to the furthest reaches of the expansive Roman Empire, specifically to Cornwall, a region where subterranean mines extensively penetrated the Earth's crust, extracting valuable ores, and from whose harbors ships diligently transported their precious consignments into the expectant ports of Gaul and further afield. It is within these very same traditional accounts that a young individual known as Jesus is purported to have embarked on this remarkable journey alongside Joseph. In unison, they are said to have navigated along the dramatically craggy coastlines, where imposing cliffs ascend precipitously from the churning ocean, and vast, desolate moors extend beneath expansive, open skies. The enduring legends contend that he traversed the verdant undulations of the hills, that he gazed with profound awe upon megalithic stone circles predating recorded recollection, and that he attentively absorbed the pronouncements of the revered Druids, whose profound insights were intrinsically interwoven with the rhythms of the earth, celestial bodies, and seasonal cycles. Poets during the medieval period, assiduously ensured the perpetuation of this narrative. Centuries subsequently, the celebrated poet William Blake would indelibly enshrine this concept within his lyrical poetry, famously posing the query as to whether those feet in ancient times once walked upon England's mountains green. This very interrogative evolved into a form of reverent supplication, inextricably linked with a deep-seated desire for a divine manifestation upon the native soil. To contemplate the possibility that Christ himself had once graced the shores of Britain was for many to imbue the land itself with sanctity, thereby integrating it into the profound, sacred narrative of human history. One might ponder the potential insights and experiences such a transatlantic expedition could have provided. While the British Isles were geographically peripheral, they were by no means entirely cut off from broader civilization. Tin, extracted from the mines of Cornwall, constituted a highly coveted commodity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, and extensive commercial networks connected even these far-flung territories to the vibrant core of the Roman Empire. Within the bustling coastal settlements, Jesus could conceivably have observed a fascinating amalgamation of distinct cultures: the disciplined Romans, the indigenous Celts, and the seafaring Phoenicians, all converging and interacting within the lively hub of the marketplace. He might have been exposed to a plethora of mythological narratives concerning deities, encompassing both formidable and benevolent entities, divinities who held dominion over flowing rivers and sacred groves, those who necessitated ritualistic offerings, and benevolent figures credited with miraculous cures. Furthermore, he might have traversed among enigmatic megalithic structures meticulously aligned with celestial bodies, thereby gaining an understanding of how ancient civilizations interpreted the cosmic order, not through written scrolls or parchments, but through monumental stone configurations. Unsurprisingly, from a rigorous historical perspective, this account is generally considered to be more a product of legendary embellishment than a probable historical occurrence. There exists no documentary evidence within Roman chronicles, nor any tangible archaeological corroboration to suggest that the young boy from Nazareth ever undertook such a maritime journey. However, the remarkable persistence and longevity of this narrative reveal a deeper sociological truth: that populations throughout the European continent harbored a profound desire to envision themselves intimately integrated into the profound enigma of Christ's early life. If a substantial 18-year period of his biography remained unaccounted for, then why should it not have transpired within their own territory, beneath their own familiar firmament? This enduring legend thus furnished them with a palpable sense of affiliation, granting them a direct participatory role in the unfolding of the divine narrative. One could vividly imagine the scene: the untamed expanse of the Atlantic Ocean relentlessly surging against formidable dark-hued cliffs, while seagulls circle gracefully overhead amidst the bracing, saline atmosphere. The thunderous impact of ocean waves reverberates deeply within secluded coves. A modest vessel, its sail mended with patches, its wooden hull emitting a low creak, gently navigates its way into the sheltered harbor. Among the small contingent of mariners is a youthful boy, distinguished by his dark hair and contemplative demeanor, his eyes intently fixed upon the distant horizon. He disembarks, his simple sandals audibly crunching upon the smooth, pebbled shorelines. And in that fleeting instant, the entire island transforms into consecrated terrain. When such a sacred figure graces a locale, the very ground of the isle is transformed into hallowed territory, Irrespective of its historical veracity, the compelling narrative surrounding Britain's purportedly forgotten coastline profoundly resonates with the innate human yearning to bridge the chasm between the finite and the infinite. The mere contemplation that Jesus might have traversed these lands, amidst their ancient mines and expansive moors, imbues not only the physical landscape with a profound sanctity, but also elevates the human imagination to a divine plane. Within this fertile realm of mental creation, the profound quietude surrounding his undocumented years is no longer a void demanding empirical evidence, but rather a space brimming with ethereal wonder. Far from diminishing, the lacuna within the scriptural accounts actually proliferates, expanding into an inviting expanse. Into this widening chasm, a torrent of evocative legends, much like this one, eagerly flows, transmuting the stark silence into a vibrant melody. Consequently, the relentless winds of Britain, as they sweep dramatically over rugged cliffs and whisper across verdant fields, appear even now to bear a subtle, lingering reverberation of ancient, forgotten footsteps, vestiges of a presence that may or may not have once graced their venerable shores. Should the enigmatic period of Jesus' unrecorded early adulthood persist in its profound silence, one of the most straightforward yet profoundly captivating hypotheses posits that his formative education transpired not within the hallowed confines of revered temples or the secluded tranquility of remote monastic communities, but rather amidst the vibrant, pulsating core of the ancient marketplace. During the foundational epoch of the first century, commercial exchange constituted the very essence of global vitality, serving as a conduit that transported not merely tangible commodities, but also a rich tapestry of diverse voices, melodious songs, and captivating narratives across the sprawling continents. In those dynamic locales where merchants converged, an unceasing current of wisdom and understanding flowed freely, and it was perhaps in these very environments, more than any other, that a young individual could genuinely confront and absorb the immense breadth of human intellectual endeavor and cultural expression. The modest town of Nazareth itself was situated in close proximity to Sepphoris, a burgeoning metropolis undergoing extensive reconstruction during the nascent years of Jesus' life. Merely a day's journey on foot, this vibrant urban center teemed with the ceaseless activity of Roman bureaucrats, skilled Greek craftsmen, erudite Jewish academics, and wayfarers arriving from every conceivable point on the compass. Certain scholars have advanced the intriguing proposition that Joseph, accompanied by his son, may well have found employment there as carpenters, diligently fashioning timber for the construction of dwellings and various workshops, for the robust supports of bridges, and for the foundational beams of numerous structures. If this supposition holds true, Jesus would have been positioned daily at a veritable nexus of civilizations, absorbing the resonant cadences of Latin in one ear, the melodic inflections of Greek in another, all while conversing in the familiar tones of Aramaic, his native tongue. Envision him now, standing within the bustling confines of the market square, enveloped by an array of stalls laden abundantly with succulent figs and plump olives, vibrant dyed textiles, and meticulously crafted hammered bronze artifacts. From the distant reaches of the Orient, a shrewd merchant unfurls a length of silk, its surface gleaming and rippling with an almost liquid luminescence. Nearby, another trader, hailing from the African continent, proudly displays intricate ivory carvings, executed with unparalleled artistry and precision. The air is alive with the ceaseless symphony of commerce, coins produce a metallic chime, donkeys emit their characteristic bray, and animated voices engage in spirited negotiations over prices. Yet, amidst this vibrant, almost overwhelming disarray, narratives are exchanged with the same effortless fluidity as precious spices. Accounts of far-off conflicts, profound philosophical tenets originating in the intellectual crucible of Athens, and descriptions of enigmatic rituals observed within the sacred precincts of Indian temples. Indeed, a young man possessing an attentive ear and a keen intellect could conceivably glean a more expansive and nuanced education within this dynamic environment than from the diligent study of any ancient scroll. Furthermore, these itinerant traders functioned in their own unique way. As informal pedagogues, they transported profound wisdom with the same effortless ease and casual indifference as their tangible merchandise, disseminating pithy sayings, insightful proverbs, and fragmented remnants of spiritual convictions painstakingly accumulated throughout their extensive journeys. From their diverse narratives, Jesus might have gleaned fascinating insights into the mystical Zoroastrian fire altars revered in ancient Persia, or heard tell of the serene Buddhist monasteries nestled in the remote region of Bactria, or perhaps even learned about the arcane practices of Egyptian healers who skillfully employed a synthesis of potent herbs and enigmatic incantations. He could have absorbed the latest intelligence concerning Rome's relentless military campaigns, the dramatic rise and tragic fall of various Caesars, and the brutal spectacles of gladiatorial combat unfolding in distant, formidable arenas. For an individual whose senses were truly receptive and whose mind remained acutely engaged, the entirety of the vast, interconnected world thus transformed into a living, breathing scripture, requiring no ink or parchment for its profound dissemination. This compelling interpretation positions the clandestine period of Jesus' life not within the framework of arduous, solitary pilgrimages to far-flung spiritual centers, but rather within the sphere of profound, everyday immersion. It suggests a life characterized by diligent labor, by meticulous and attentive listening, and by the gradual, almost osmotic absorption of the myriad voices and perspectives that ceaselessly enveloped him. The marketplace itself served as a dynamic crucible of stark contradictions, a space where avarice often stood in stark juxtaposition to spontaneous acts of benevolence, where instances of callous cruelty were frequently observed alongside profound expressions of human kindness, and where systemic exploitation sometimes coexisted with the unexpected blossoming of authentic camaraderie. To bear witness to such a complex interplay of human characteristics was, in essence, to undertake a profound study of the human heart in all its intricate facets, its inherent susceptibilities, its moments of profound weakness, and its occasional, yet undeniable capacity for extraordinary nobility. Subsequently, in his later ministry, when Jesus eloquently articulated his teachings through parables featuring affluent individuals and destitute widows, or narratives concerning misplaced coinage and concealed riches, it is entirely plausible that these vivid stories subtly resonated with the very tableau he had meticulously observed and absorbed amidst the bustling throng of traders. There resides an understated, yet profound, aesthetic appeal in this notion, that the Son of Man acquired profound insights and spiritual wisdom not exclusively from venerable sacred instructors, but equally from the lived experiences of everyday individuals, from the spirited negotiations of merchants engaged in haggling, from the expansive boasts of seasoned travelers, from the heartfelt supplications of the impoverished, and from the diligent farmers vending their fresh produce as the first rays of dawn touched the horizon. Within the vibrant din and ceaseless activity of commerce, he may have perceived the comprehensive and intricate tapestry woven from the threads of human necessity and yearning. And it was perhaps within the complex interweaving of that very tapestry that he was able to discern the subtle, underlying archetypes and profound designs of the divine kingdom. Envision him once more, not as an isolated ascetic traversing desolate deserts or scaling majestic mountains, but rather as a keen-eyed youth within the vibrant marketplace, perpetually observing, intently listening, and profoundly absorbing every nuance of his surroundings. A vendor of exotic spices might meticulously crush sticks of cinnamon between his practiced fingers, releasing an intoxicating, aromatic vapor that delicately permeated the bustling air. Nearby, a charismatic storyteller would effortlessly enthrall a circle of wide-eyed children with captivating sagas of distant, wondrous lands. A fatigued caravan, its camels burdened with weighty bolts of exquisite cloth, would slowly meander through the thoroughfare, its drivers softly chanting melodies in unfamiliar, resonant tongues. The young man would often linger discreetly at the periphery of these lively scenes, his gaze luminous with curiosity, his intellect actively processing the torrent of information. No one, it seemed, took particular notice of him. He was merely one more anonymous countenance within the surging multitude. Yet, deep within his being, the scriptural silence of the Gospels vibrated with a vibrant tapestry of keen observations, with an immeasurable accumulation of profound learning, and with the nascent seeds of wisdom that would, in time, spectacularly blossom into transformative parables. While the conjecture of Jesus having spent his formative years amidst the world of traders might indeed lack the epic scale and romantic allure of fabled journeys to scholarly centers in Egypt or the mystical lands of India, it nonetheless encapsulates a deeply resonant truth: that genuine wisdom frequently emanates not from extraordinary monumental events, but from a diligent and profound attentiveness to the seemingly mundane and ordinary. The deliberate silence preserved within the Gospels might not obscure grand, exotic peregrinations, but rather the quiet, consistent, and meticulous refinement of a soul who possessed an unparalleled capacity for deep listening. And so, the bustling market stalls, with their myriad voices and vibrant colors, eventually recede into the annals of memory, their sounds carried away like ephemeral dust on the capricious winds. Yet, perhaps concealed within their everyday clamor and perceived disorder, lay the foundational reverberations of teachings destined to fundamentally alter the course of human history. Teachings that emerged not solely from the revered pronouncements of prophets and priests, but equally from the practical insights of traders and the expansive perspectives of travelers, from lives intricately interwoven within the fundamental act of commerce in a restless, profoundly interconnected global society. When the canonical Gospels conspicuously avert their attention from a span encompassing almost 2 full decades of Jesus' earthly existence, the ensuing silence registers not as a mere oversight, but as an almost purposeful omission, as though meticulously orchestrated not by chance, but by an intentional design. This profound quietude is imbued with a palpable weight of significance, akin to a poignant caesura within a sacred musical composition, or a momentary cessation between inhalations, where the very stillness itself integrates seamlessly into the overarching melodic structure. A meticulous reading of the scriptural texts reveals the striking intentionality of this quietude, as if it were diligently safeguarding a truth too invaluable or perhaps too perilous to be articulated explicitly. Indeed, within the conventions of ancient literary traditions, silence did not invariably denote an absence of content or meaning. On occasion, it served as an elevated expression of profound reverence, a judicious method of shielding that which is ultimately ineffable and beyond human comprehension from the casual scrutiny of uninitiated observers. The venerable Hebrew scriptures themselves frequently enshroud profound mysteries within layers of silence. Consider the unutterable name of the divine, the secluded years of Moses' sojourn in Midian, or the extensive period of quietude that intervened between prophetic utterance and its ultimate realization. To deliberately refrain from articulation was, on certain occasions, a means of conveying an entire universe of meaning. Such silence meticulously safeguarded truths that the inherent limitations of language might only serve to misrepresent or diminish. It is highly plausible that the evangelists, in their scriptural endeavors, possessed a deep comprehension of this principle. Their fundamental mandate was not to meticulously construct a comprehensive biographical account, but rather to herald the joyous tidings, to unveil that which held paramount significance for the tenets of faith. What genuine consequence did it bear if the humble carpenter from Nazareth matured into adulthood in an unassuming manner, far removed from the scrutiny of public attention? Perhaps this conspicuous lacuna functioned as a species of mystical curtain, serving to impress upon us the immutable truth that the sublime essence of the kingdom of God can never be entirely encapsulated or confined within the finite boundaries of written text. Nevertheless, this profound silence simultaneously engenders a persistent stream of inquiries that refuse to be quelled. If those unrecorded years were utterly devoid of any intrinsic significance, then why would the sacred texts even bother to preserve the very memory of their absence? Why not simply commence the narrative with the inauguration of his public ministry? Instead, the Gospels conspicuously render this lacuna visible, presenting it much like an intriguing door that is clearly displayed to the viewer, but is destined never to be unlatched or opened. This tantalizing portal actively encourages intellectual conjecture, even as it adamantly denies direct access. It is as if the ancient authors intended for us to grasp a crucial insight, that within this space resides a concealed chamber, yet its profound contents are not intended for our direct apprehension. A number of astute theologians propose that this deliberate silence was strategically designed to cultivate a deeper sense of spiritual trust. By purposefully omitting the details of those intervening years, the Gospels compellingly redirect the reader's attention away from the incremental maturation of a human life, focusing instead on the divine mission that erupts with startling suddenness, as if originating from an unknown source. Jesus, in this portrayal, emerges as a figure fully actualized, resplendent, and thoroughly equipped for his sacred task. His inherent authority, therefore, does not derive from a meticulously documented personal history or upbringing, but rather from the profound and awe-inspiring mystery of his very presence. The absence of these years consequently intensifies the pervasive sense that his advent stems not from any earthly human preparation, but directly from a transcendent, divine imperative. And yet, it is a profound truth that silence, in its essence, is never entirely devoid of content. The unrecorded years of Jesus' early life actively solicit human projection, ignite vivid imagination, and awaken a deep spiritual yearning. They have, in effect, transformed into an expansive canvas upon which successive generations have meticulously rendered their own distinctive interpretations and deeply personal visions of the Christ. Esoteric mystics have populated these years with clandestine initiations and profound spiritual awakenings. Rigorous scholars have hypothesized periods of intense intellectual pursuit and dedicated study, while pragmatic skeptics have simply attributed them to the unassuming anonymity of an ordinary, unremarkable existence. In this nuanced manner, the very act of silence proves to be far more fecund and creatively generative than any explicit articulation. It functions as the sacred arena where every earnest seeker encounters the profound mystery of the divine in a manner uniquely attuned to their individual spiritual journey. Consider the profound possibility of silence itself serving as an instructive mentor. Within the serene stillness of those undocumented years, Jesus may well have assimilated lessons of a depth and resonance far surpassing anything that could be imparted through the study of any written scroll. These might have encompassed the virtues of enduring patience, the dignity of arduous labor, and the profound insights gleaned from periods of quiet solitude. He could have absorbed the cyclical wisdom of observing the inexorable turning of the seasons, the empathetic understanding derived from attending to the lamentations of the indigent, and the stark recognition of injustice manifesting itself openly within the bustling marketplace. On occasion, silence possesses an unparalleled capacity to instruct more profoundly than any spoken word. It has the power to systematically divest us of superficial distractions, leaving exposed only the irreducible essence of what truly holds significance. The mystical silence embedded within the sacred scriptures, therefore, is not merely a void to be mourned or an absence to be regretted, but rather a profound veil inviting deep contemplation. Much like the innermost sanctuary of the ancient temple, deliberately sealed off and unseen by the common eye, it subtly implies that genuine holiness frequently necessitates a degree of hiddenness. Indeed, certain truths must perpetually remain unarticulated, not because they are vacuous, but precisely because they are replete with such immense meaning, so overwhelmingly luminous, that they simply defy the limitations of verbal containment. As you seek repose this evening, permit that profound quietude to gently envelop your senses. Reflect upon those unrecorded years not as a mere void or an instance of historical absence, but rather as a profound, concealed presence, a period of patient anticipation, of vital gestation, analogous to the deep tranquility preceding a tempest, or the serene stillness that invariably precedes a momentous revelation. In precisely the same manner that the darkness of night meticulously prepares the world for the vibrant emergence of dawn, so too does the deliberate silence within the sacred scriptures meticulously ready our spirits for the resonant voice that will, in due course, reverberate with thunderous authority from the pinnacle of the mountaintop. That very voice, destined to articulate profound truths through vivid parables and heartfelt supplications. That indelible voice, which shall forever remain etched in the annals of human memory. Thus, this profound quietude constitutes an integral element of the unfolding narrative, a deliberate hiatus meticulously etched within the grand chronicle. It serves as a potent reminder that not every facet of existence is meant for explicit articulation, nor should it be. and that certain enigmatic phenomena are ordained not for definitive resolution, but rather for profound veneration. Consequently, the lacunae, or the unexplained periods within the gospel accounts of Jesus' early life, transcend the mere perception of an omission, transforming instead into a distinguishing characteristic. This mystical stillness resonates across the millennia, subtly conveying the profound truth that even amidst apparent non-existence, the sacred essence of the divine remains perpetually manifest. As the nascent Christian communities embarked upon the monumental task of compiling their foundational sacred writings, it becomes evident that the pervasive silence concerning Jesus' formative, unrecorded years was likely not the sole instance of deliberate omission. Concurrent with the 4 canonical Gospels, which eventually secured their authoritative place, existed a rich tapestry of alternative narratives. These included numerous manuscripts now classified as apocryphal, various Gospels deemed heretical by emerging ecclesiastical authorities, and a wealth of oral traditions meticulously safeguarded through hushed tones rather than formal scrolls. A number of these alternative accounts courageously ventured to illuminate aspects of Jesus' early life, detailing his youthful experiences, extensive travels, and even his spiritual instruction imparted beyond the customary confines of Judea. Nevertheless, the vigilant custodians of doctrinal purity exercised immense discretion, meticulously curating the acceptable narratives, with a substantial volume of these divergent accounts consequently relegated beyond the ecclesiastical pale. The arduous undertaking of establishing the definitive scriptural canon was by no means a swift or straightforward endeavor, but rather an intricate process unfolding over many centuries. Throughout this protracted period, venerable bishops and influential ecclesiastical councils engaged in fervent theological discourse, meticulously deliberating which sacred writings authentically conveyed the divine utterance of Christ, and which were to be decisively rejected. Ultimately, the 4 canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, ascended to prominence, solidifying their status as the immutable cornerstones of Christian doctrine. Concurrently, scores of other narratives faced condemnation, were deliberately secreted away, or simply faded into obscurity. Notably, among these prescribed compositions were texts that audaciously sought to penetrate the very chronological gaps that the official canon deliberately left unaddressed. Their continued existence, whenever it miraculously transpired, was frequently tenuous and precarious, often reduced to a mere fragment cited within a respected church father's correspondence. A solitary manuscript concealed within arid desert caverns, or even a fleeting whisper of a revered scroll purportedly sequestered within the hallowed confines of a monastic library. One might naturally inquire into the underlying motivations behind the systematic suppression of these alternative traditions. It is plausible that some narratives were perceived as unduly peculiar or even disturbing, replete with fantastical accounts, such as a youthful Jesus miraculously striking down his playmates only to subsequently resurrect them, or effortlessly shaping avian figures from common clay through the sheer power of his utterance. Other texts potentially bore subtle indications of external philosophical or spiritual currents, exhibiting distinct echoes of sophisticated Greek philosophy, profound Eastern wisdom traditions, or the esoteric Egyptian mysteries. Furthermore, a different category of these excluded works presented a notably more anthropocentric portrayal of Jesus, a figure who genuinely developed, acquired knowledge, and even contended with human frailties, rather than the divinely omniscient being endowed with perfect foreknowledge. In their fervent endeavor to safeguard and maintain a cohesive and unified faith, the esteemed Church Fathers may have harbored profound apprehension regarding such a varied and divergent collective memory. Consequently, the strategic imposition of silence was once more deemed a more secure and prudent course of action than tolerating a potentially destabilizing multiplicity of interpretations. The profound intellectual ferment of the 20th century witnessed a dramatic reawakening of scholarly intrigue concerning these long-obscured traditions, primarily ignited by the sensational discoveries of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library. Within ancient clay jars interred beneath the sheer faces of desert cliffs and concealed within meticulously preserved codices secreted away by reclusive monks, diligent scholars brought to light an array of texts that had languished in oblivion for millennia. Among these remarkable finds were seminal works such as the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, and the Gospel of Truth. These extraordinary writings unveiled a vision of early Christianity that was considerably more variegated and multifaceted than the singular interpretation carefully enshrined within the established canon. They presented a Christianity that was often mystical, rich in symbolism, replete with esoteric sayings, and offering alternative historical perspectives. While none of these newly unearthed documents offered a definitive or explicit chronicle of Jesus's enigmatic lost years, a significant number of them subtly intimated that a great deal of pertinent information had been purposefully withheld or omitted from the official record. One finds oneself irresistibly drawn to speculate upon the potential treasures that might yet remain undiscovered, patiently awaiting their revelation. Whispers persist within various circles concerning ancient scrolls purportedly secreted away within remote Himalayan monasteries, said to meticulously chronicle Jesus's purported journey to the east. Concurrently, other accounts allude to venerable manuscripts, deemed excessively volatile for public dissemination, allegedly secured within the impenetrable vaults of the Vatican. Irrespective of whether these intriguing claims possess factual veracity or merely constitute enduring legends, they undeniably underscore a profound, almost innate human intuition that periods of historical silence are frequently the product of deliberate enforcement rather than mere happenstance. This intuition suggests that the enigmatic missing years of Jesus were perhaps not simply consigned to oblivion, but rather intentionally and methodically concealed from posterity. Let us vividly envision the hallowed confines of a scriptorium within an early monastic community, its interior softly illuminated by the flickering glow of oil lamps, the very atmosphere redolent with the rich, aromatic perfume of incense. Here, a diligent scribe meticulously reproduces a gospel text, his stylus creating a faint, rhythmic scratching sound as it carefully traverses the smooth surface of the vellum. He momentarily hesitates, his gaze lingering upon a particular passage, grappling with an internal conflict regarding its inclusion or omission. From behind him, the venerable abbot, a figure of authority and wisdom, subtly conveys his directive with a decisive shake of his head. It is deemed preferable to excise the contentious text, to allow the profound silence to endure unchallenged. It is considered more prudent to safeguard the sacred mystery than to disclose information that might inadvertently sow confusion or foster schism within the nascent Christian flock. Consequently, the specific page remains starkly unadorned, devoid of the contentious words, which are thus irrevocably surrendered to oblivion. Through this singular, deliberate act of editorial judgment, the very fabric of history is profoundly and irreversibly reconfigured. The very existence of suppressed traditions serves as a stark and compelling reminder that the narratives which endure through time never encapsulate the entirety of any given story. The powerful dynamics of authority, the pervasive influence of fear, and the profound dictates of reverence collectively sculpt the intricate archive of collective memory. When we engage with the enigmatic missing years of Jesus, we are compelled to confront not merely a historical void, but also the profound implications of deliberate human choice. Someone, at some pivotal juncture, made specific determinations regarding what would be preserved for posterity and what would be intentionally relegated to obscurity. This profound silence, therefore, is far from being a mere vacuum. It is, in fact, a carefully curated absence. This sobering realization invariably engenders a subtle yet persistent sense of disquietude. One is left to ponder the vast extent of the past that has been systematically erased or intentionally forgotten. How many profound truths lie interred beneath the shifting sands of ancient deserts, or sequestered behind the formidable locked doors of venerable libraries, or perhaps merely lingering within the evanescent echoes of fading oral traditions. The well-known lacuna regarding Jesus' lost years may well represent only the most celebrated instance of a far broader and more fundamental truth, that history is defined not solely by what is openly recounted, but equally by what remains meticulously concealed. Consequently, whenever we chance upon these suppressed and marginalized traditions, we are implicitly beckoned to cultivate a heightened degree of attentive listening. This calls for an acute awareness directed not exclusively towards the explicit words that have successfully endured, but equally, and perhaps more importantly, towards the profound silence that envelops and defines them. For it is precisely within that resonant quietude that one can discern the faint, ethereal echo of narratives once openly shared, narratives that may yet patiently await their rightful moment to be fully articulated and genuinely apprehended. The pervasive and protracted silence embedded within the gospel accounts may, in an alternative interpretation, transcend the simple categorization of a historical oversight or a mere consequence of deliberate suppression. For some astute observers, it resonates instead as a meticulously crafted veil, signifying a clandestine period of profound preparation during which Jesus intentionally receded from the public arena of historical events. This withdrawal was presumably for the express purpose of undergoing a transformative process, meticulously shaping him for the momentous destiny that lay on the horizon. From this vantage point, the so-called lost years are not, in fact, lost in any conventional sense. Rather, they are purposefully enshrouded in secrecy, meticulously enveloped in an aura of mystery, precisely because their essence pertain not to overt public testimony, but to an intensely personal journey of inner maturation and becoming. Every human existence, it is posited, encompasses such intrinsic seasons of profound, albeit often unnoticed, development. These are periods characterized by subdued growth, patient anticipation, and an intensive internal formation that, while leaving scant external documentation, fundamentally alters the entire trajectory of an individual's being. One might draw parallels to a seed germinating in the fertile darkness, a chrysalis undergoing unseen metamorphosis, or the tranquil moments of pre-dawn stillness preceding the spectacular arrival of sunrise. It is conceivable that the earthly life of Jesus encompassed its own profound, sequestered interval, a crucial period during which the foundational tenets of his divine mission were meticulously established, not through overt displays of miraculous power, but rather through the profound and transformative medium of silence. Certain discerning theologians propose that this deliberate veil of secrecy functions to safeguard and uphold a sense of sacred reverence. Their argument posits that to meticulously expose every single moment and detail of his formative youth would inevitably have served to diminish the intrinsic mystery inherent in the incarnation itself, effectively reducing the sublime essence of the divine to a mere chronological succession of ordinary days. By judiciously allowing these particular years to remain unarticulated, the canonical Gospels subtly impress upon us the significant insight that not every aspect of Christ's earthly existence was intended for the scrutiny of human perception. Indeed, certain dimensions of his life were exclusively reserved for the divine purview. Yet another interpretive lens perceives within this enigmatic veil a discernible pattern of meticulous divine preparation, a recurrent motif throughout sacred history. One is reminded, for instance, of Moses, who dedicated 4 decades of his life to a period of exile in Midian, before ultimately returning to assume the momentous leadership of Israel. Similarly, the venerable prophets frequently retreated into the stark solitude of the wilderness prior to receiving their divine summons. Even John the Baptist, the foreteller, emerged into public ministry only after years spent in profound seclusion. Within this established spiritual rhythm, Jesus' own concealed years thus seamlessly integrate, representing a distinct period of separation during which ostensibly ordinary days were intricately interwoven into a fabric of extraordinary spiritual readiness. This profound silence, therefore, may not signify a historical oversight or neglect, but rather a testament to sacred, divine patience. Indeed, there resides an inherent beauty in contemplating those unrecorded years as a period of serene and profound preparation. One might envision Jesus living a life of unadorned simplicity, diligently toiling with his hands, observing with acute awareness the cyclical turning of the seasons, and tenderly attending to the needs of his beloved family. Perhaps he embarked on solitary wanderings across the rolling hills, assiduously absorbing the intricate rhythms of creation itself, the delicate trajectory of a sparrow's flight, the gradual maturation of an olive on its branch, the bountiful yield of the vineyard's harvest. It is plausible that he engaged in fervent prayer amidst profound solitude, intently attuning himself to the inner voice that would, in due course, resonate with thunderous authority within his very being. The nature of this pivotal preparation need not have been outwardly exotic to have been deeply profound. Even the most mundane and ordinary patterns of daily life can be elevated to a sacred dimension when approached with conscious and mindful attention. Furthermore, this enigmatic veil subtly prompts us to contemplate the universal principle that profound transformation frequently necessitates a period of concealment, much in the same way that a vital seed must remain interred beneath the earth before it can vigorously sprout forth and manifest its full potential. Thus, it is entirely conceivable that Jesus' early manhood was deliberately kept from public view because the designated time for his grand revelation had not yet arrived. When he finally made his momentous appearance at the Jordan River, the ensuing impact was undeniably amplified precisely because his emergence was so sudden and dramatic. Bursting forth from a prolonged period of profound silence, these hidden years imbued the abrupt commencement of his public ministry with an even greater sense of awe and striking power, akin to a brilliant flash of lightning unexpectedly rending the oppressive darkness of a stormy sky. One might fruitfully conceive of those unrecorded years as an intricate tapestry, meticulously woven in utmost secrecy, with each individual thread painstakingly positioned with deliberate care. However, the full splendor of this underlying pattern remained entirely concealed until the appointed moment when the metaphorical veil was finally drawn back. When Jesus subsequently commenced his public ministry to instruct, to heal the afflicted, and to offer forgiveness, we are presented with the magnificent tapestry fully unveiled, yet the arduous process of its creation, the intricate act of weaving itself, remains entirely beyond our direct perception. The canonical Gospels, in essence, reveal to us the consummate masterpiece, but not the protracted, diligent labor that preceded its completion. For the contemplative individual, perhaps one seeking solace in quiet reflection, this profound concept offers a deep sense of reassurance. Our own personal lives, too, are replete with analogous hidden seasons, periods during which outwardly little of consequence appears to transpire. These are times when our daily routines feel profoundly ordinary, utterly unremarkable, and largely unobserved by the external world. Yet, it is precisely within these unassuming seasons that a vital and transformative preparation may be subtly unfolding. Silence, in this context, does not equate to absence. Hiddenness does not imply futility or waste. Rather, it may signify that something profoundly unseen is steadily developing, patiently awaiting its opportune moment to manifest itself. Consequently, this metaphorical veil of preparation transcends its conventional role as a mere historical enigma. It evolves instead into a profound parable for the trajectory of our own individual existences. The enigmatic missing years of Jesus serve as a potent reminder that even the most pivotal and significant journeys in life encompass extensive periods of profound quietude. During these contemplative stretches, the true narrative of one's being is inscribed not through conspicuous public accomplishments, but rather through an arduous and deeply personal process of private transformation. This silence, far from representing a void or an absence, is, in its most fundamental essence, a state of profound readiness. Let us now endeavor to conjure a vivid mental image of him, a youthful figure traversing the undulating hills as dusk gracefully descends, the vast expanse of the sky gradually deepening into a rich, ethereal violet, and the evening air growing cool with the imminent arrival of night. He bears no sacred scrolls of ancient wisdom, performs no astonishing miracles, nor is he accompanied by a retinue of devoted disciples. Instead, he carries only the serene inner certainty of an individual undergoing a profound metamorphosis, being meticulously fashioned for a destiny that remains, as yet, unrevealed to the world. The bustling world around him remains oblivious to his presence. The annals of recorded history offer no mention of his existence during this period. Yet, it is precisely within that profound and unobserved silence that the momentous currents of the future are already subtly beginning to stir and coalesce. To engage in the profound act of imagining the enigmatic missing years of Jesus is concurrently to envision the rich and complex world into which he was brought forth. It was an era vibrant with intricate intersections, a dynamic crucible where diverse cultures seamlessly overlapped, and a plethora of wisdom traditions converged and flowed, with the irresistible force of mighty rivers ultimately merging at a vast, fertile delta. The Mediterranean Sea, far from being a sequestered and insular basin, functioned instead as a bustling gateway, a conduit for the ceaseless exchange of goods and ideas. Concepts and philosophical tenets journeyed across its waters with merchants, soldiers, and devout pilgrims with the same assured regularity as precious spices and luxurious silks. Within this historically rich and interconnected setting, the profound silence maintained by the Gospels regarding these formative years transforms into an expansive canvas, teeming with boundless possibilities. One might therefore plausibly surmise that Jesus matured not in a state of cultural isolation, but rather amidst the incessant and stimulating hum of vibrant cross-cultural exchange. The ancient world, far from being isolated, vibrated with an incessant resonance of cultural interplay and dynamic intellectual discourse. This vibrant tapestry of human interaction meant that ideas, traditions, and belief systems were constantly in motion, traveling across vast distances and shaping the contours of societies in profound ways. It was within this rich crucible of diverse influences that the narrative of Jesus of Nazareth unfolded, suggesting an environment where the boundaries between distinct civilizations were often fluid and permeable, leading to an atmosphere ripe for the assimilation of varied perspectives. Galilee, in particular, functioned as a pivotal nexus, a veritable confluence where diverse civilizations converged. Geographically positioned with strategic importance, this territory was intersected by crucial commercial arteries that facilitated transit between the venerable civilization of Egypt and the powerful Syrian territories, and furthermore, linked the heartland of Judea to the expansive Roman Imperium. Consequently, the urban centers dotting this landscape bore witness to a perpetual procession of Roman legionaries, absorbed the eloquent pronouncements of Hellenic philosophers, heeded the profound wisdom disseminated by Jewish spiritual leaders, and observed the lively transactions of international traders. Even within the seemingly secluded confines of Nazareth, the reverberations from far-flung realms were perpetually discernible. It is plausible that the young boy destined to articulate profound truths about spiritual sovereignties, monetary transactions, ephemeral blossoms, and bountiful yields, was, even then, instinctively internalizing the intricate cadence of a terrain profoundly molded by a multitude of linguistic and cultural expressions. Should his travels have extended beyond the familiar borders of Galilee, as certain historical accounts and apocryphal narratives propose, the opportunities for profound cultural synthesis would have amplified exponentially. Imagining his presence in Alexandria, a beacon of Hellenistic learning, one envisions him captivated by the fervent intellectual exchanges of Greek philosophical minds, diligently dissecting the esoteric essence of the soul, perhaps adjacent to erudite Jewish savants engrossed in their Septuagint translations of the sacred Torah. Further east, within the ancient dominion of Persia, he could have observed the mesmerizing spectacle of Zoroastrian fire altars ablaze, potent emblems symbolizing the intricate concept of cosmic polarity and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Venturing along the fabled Silk Road, his path might have intersected with serene Buddhist renunciates, clad in their distinctive saffron vestments, eloquently expounding upon the profound virtues of boundless compassion and the ultimate liberation from the cycle of worldly suffering. Each such locale, whether a bustling metropolis or a remote caravan stop, constituted an intricate nexus within an immense, interconnected matrix, transmitting a symphony of human voices that resonated with enduring significance across vast continental expanses. Upon a careful examination of Jesus' subsequent doctrinal expositions, subtle indications of this pervasive interconnectedness invariably surface. His pedagogical parables, for instance, possess an intrinsic and remarkable capacity for universal comprehensibility. Vivid narratives depicting seeds scattered upon disparate terrains, illuminating lamps concealed beneath bushels, or invaluable treasures secreted within agricultural plots. These poignant analogies were not merely comprehensible within the specific socio-agricultural milieu of Judea, but possessed an inherent adaptability, finding resonance in virtually any agrarian civilization, in any human culture, where the profound depths of the human psyche grappled with the elemental forces of aspiration and apprehension. Furthermore, his seminal pronouncements concerning the imperative of fraternal affection, the virtue of clemency, the grace of modesty, and the profound process of internal metamorphosis demonstrably echo fundamental verities articulated in distant geographical regions and disparate philosophical traditions. Regardless of whether this expansive understanding was acquired through extensive peregrinations, tutelage from diverse mentors, or simply through the subtle, pervasive absorption inherent in a globalized, multicultural environment, his profound sagacity unmistakably transcends the confined boundaries of a solitary administrative district. It is precisely this potential for expansive influence that renders the unrecorded period of Jesus' youth so profoundly captivating. These enigmatic lacunae in the historical record present the intriguing hypothesis that his intellectual and spiritual formation was not exclusively circumscribed by the tenets of his indigenous heritage, but was rather profoundly influenced by the vibrant interplay and ongoing discourse among various civilizations. It postulates that he occupied, whether through conscious awareness or unwitting circumstance, a pivotal juncture where the philosophical currents of the Occident seamlessly merged with those of the Orient, where ancient paradigms encountered novel perspectives. While it remains improbable that his doctrines were directly plagiarized, it is entirely conceivable that they were substantially enlightened, considerably augmented, and intellectually broadened by the collective resonant symphony of human wisdom emanating from across the globe. One might vividly envision him positioned at such a dynamic intersection, a veritable hub of global exchange. There, parched, dusty thoroughfares would converge from every cardinal point, serving as conduits for an incessant stream of caravans laden with exotic merchandise, arriving from myriad distant lands. Traders would meticulously disembark their precious cargo, lustrous ivory, meticulously carved, originating from the sun-drenched plains of Africa, shimmering silk, intricately woven, journeying from the enigmatic reaches of China, and delicate glass artifacts, expertly crafted, transported from the imperial heart of Rome. Inseparable from these tangible commodities were the intangible treasures, compelling narratives of divine beings and heroic exploits, intricate accounts of sacred rites and codified statutes, and profound insights into sagacity forged through the crucible of arduous experience. Amidst this bustling panorama, a quiet young man, his gaze imbued with an insatiable inquisitiveness, would absorb the multifaceted tapestry of human experience, his innermost being assimilating not merely the spoken utterances, but the very essence of the unfolding world. Beyond its primary function, as a bustling marketplace for commercial transactions, the crossroads fundamentally represents a site of profound human interaction and meaningful encounter. This symbolic resonance extends to our own contemporary existence, where such intersections hold significant interpretive weight. Our individual identities are not exclusively forged by the legacy of our own ancestral traditions, but are equally molded by the diverse narratives and perspectives that traverse the landscape of our personal experiences. Acquaintances, unfamiliar individuals, literary works, and musical compositions all contribute to our intrinsic makeup, even if their influence registers merely as subtle, ephemeral echoes. The profound reticence surrounding Jesus' unrecorded early adulthood may in fact shroud precisely such formative encounters, moments where profound sagacity permeated his consciousness, not as an abrupt, singular epiphany, but rather through the gradual, persistent amalgamation of diverse cultural streams. The conceptualization of Jesus as a pivotal intermediary, a spiritual conduit connecting disparate realms, possesses both a verifiable historical foundation and a profound symbolic resonance. From a historical vantage point, this perspective accurately mirrors the intricately interwoven actuality of the first century, an era characterized by extensive cultural and commercial interaction. On a symbolic level, it serves as a powerful reminder that fundamental truths frequently manifest themselves at the very peripheries, at those dynamic junctures where distinctions converge and coalesce. Consequently, the unrecorded decades of his early life might signify not merely a void or an omission, but rather the deliberate genesis and profound articulation of a universal message sufficiently expansive to encompass the entirety of humankind. As the twilight descends and the nocturnal canvas unfurls, let us once more conjure the image of this vibrant crossroads. Picture the gentle, dancing luminescence of lanterns casting their ephemeral glow, the harmonious commingling of myriad voices, and the majestic ascent of constellations across the vast celestial dome. Amidst the transient throng of wayfarers, a youthful figure stands in contemplative stillness, his presence perhaps overlooked by the bustling crowd, yet his inner landscape profoundly transformed by the unseen yet potent currents of human experience circulating around him. Within that profound quietude, the trajectory of future history patiently awaits its unfolding. When our minds turn to contemplate the enigmatic, unrecorded years of Jesus' early life, our imaginations are often instinctively drawn to remote geographical expanses, to arid deserts and towering mountain ranges, to ancient, distant temples and the tutelage of foreign spiritual guides. Yet, an alternative interpretation suggests that the profound essence of those years might reside not in the allure of the exotic or the extraordinary, but rather in the profound depths of the commonplace, a truth concealed in plain view. This simplicity may have been so intrinsically interwoven into the very texture of his quotidian existence that it left no discernible imprint upon the historical parchments of the era. It is entirely plausible that Jesus undertook no extensive peregrinations whatsoever, choosing instead to reside in quietude within Nazareth, fulfilling his role as the son of a skilled artisan, a sibling within a modest family unit, and an unassuming neighbor to diligent agriculturalists and industrious merchants. The profound lacuna within the gospel narratives, therefore, might not indicate clandestine voyages or suppressed chronicles, but rather an intentional emphasis on an underlying, veiled simplicity. It could signify decades spent in diligent toil, marked by the physical exertion that produced beads of perspiration upon the brow, and by hands rendered rugged and hardened through constant engagement with the implements of his craft and the raw material of wood. Such an existence, characterized by its humility and its lack of remarkable events, might well have been deemed inconsequential for preservation by the early chroniclers of his life. Nevertheless, it is precisely this unassuming period that could have served as the transformative crucible, the foundational forge, for the profound spiritual doctrines he would later articulate. One need only reflect upon the multitude of his parables that derive their vivid imagery from the most fundamental rhythms of pastoral existence. The diligent sower casting seeds indiscriminately across barren, rocky terrain and fertile, receptive earth. The vigilant shepherd tirelessly seeking a strayed member of his flock. The meticulous woman diligently sweeping her dwelling in the search of a lost drachma. The astute merchant liquidating all his possessions to acquire a single, inestimable pearl. These evocative metaphors, while imbued with the profound gravity of timeless spiritual verities, are nonetheless directly extracted from the quotidian tapestry of village life. It is as if these unrecorded years were dedicated to the meticulous collection of such poignant observations, refining and burnishing them in silent contemplation until they would eventually radiate with unparalleled luminosity within his parables. Furthermore, the very corporeal nature of his subsequent public ministry might well be a direct reflection of these preceding years of unassuming, diligent craftsmanship. A carpenter, by the very nature of his vocation, intimately comprehends the inherent tensile strength of timber, the exacting patience required in construction, and the tangible repercussions of miscalculation. He would have possessed an intimate understanding of the distinctive grain of both olive and cedar woods, the resonant cadence of hammer-striking chisel, and the inherent steadfastness of meticulously laid stone foundations. Consequently, when Jesus later articulated his profound teachings concerning dwellings erected upon immutable bedrock or shifting sands, or when he spoke metaphorically of yokes rendered effortless and burdens made feather-light, it is entirely conceivable that he was drawing directly upon the indelible practical lessons and profound experiential wisdom initially acquired within the confines of his humble carpentry workshop. To interpret his unrecorded early life through this particular lens is to perceive them not as a mere void or a period of non-existence, but rather as a profound and pervasive presence, a deep, authentic immersion within the unvarnished daily existence of his community. Concealed in the unassuming visibility of everyday life, he partook in their routines, toiled alongside them, and endured the same hardships as they did. Therefore, his eventual teachings, when they finally emerged, bore the unmistakable impress of shared human experience. He did not articulate his message from a position of elevated academic detachment, but rather from the deeply rooted experiential wisdom of an individual who had genuinely lived and breathed among the very people he sought to guide. Furthermore, an inherent enigma resides precisely within this profound ordinariness. Should the divine Son of God indeed have traversed the terrestrial realm, it is remarkably striking that he did so for several decades devoid of any public spectacle or widespread recognition. His immediate neighbors might have perceived him solely as an unassuming artisan, a skilled craftsman, and nothing more. It is conceivable that these individuals encountered him daily within the bustling marketplace, entirely oblivious to the profound truth that the very person destined to irrevocably alter the course of human civilization stood unobserved in their midst. The conspicuous lacuna within the gospel narratives, therefore, might eloquently reflect precisely this profound anonymity, the divine essence deliberately veiled in the everyday, patiently awaiting the precise moment of its destined revelation. In moments of quiet, introspective contemplation, particularly during the reflective hours before slumber, this profound concept evokes a compelling blend of both humility and awe. It prompts us to consider the frequency with which humanity inadvertently overlooks the sacred, simply because it manifests itself cloaked in the unassuming raiment of the commonplace. It causes us to ponder how often we diligently pursue transcendent revelations in far-flung locales, while simultaneously neglecting the subtle yet profound wisdom that flourishes quietly within the very fabric of our own quotidian existence. The obscured years of his early life thus serve as a poignant admonition, reminding us that true greatness is frequently forged in periods of profound obscurity, and that the truly extraordinary can often germinate and flourish, imperceptible to the casual observer, within the fertile soil of the utterly ordinary. Allow your imagination to vividly conjure the tranquil village of Nazareth. Humble dwellings constructed from rough-hewn stone and sun-baked clay. Verdant olive groves shimmering under the caress of a gentle breeze. And the joyful echoes of children's laughter reverberating through winding, narrow thoroughfares. Within a modest, unassuming workshop, a youthful figure is depicted meticulously bending over timber, shaping it with hands guided by precision and profound care. His countenance radiates an intrinsic serenity, his actions imbued with an unwavering steadiness. No chronicler meticulously inscribes his name into official records. No one meticulously commemorates the specific passage of his days, and yet, within that profound, unyielding silence, the very tapestry of future history is being painstakingly woven and prepared. The enigmatic, unrecorded years, therefore, may not necessitate elaborate narratives of distant peregrinations to elucidate their profound potency. Perhaps their true significance is adequately illuminated by this singular truth. A life meticulously lived in quietude, with utmost dedication, and with profound attentiveness within the uncomplicated, cyclical rhythms of a modest village existence. Concealed within the mundane, the destined instructor of eternal verities was assiduously acquiring wisdom from the very dust of the earth, from the honest perspiration of diligent toil, and from the elemental, unadorned pulse of human vitality itself. A distinct interpretative framework presents itself for comprehending the profound reticence surrounding Jesus' unrecorded early adulthood, an approach that neither seeks out clandestine voyages nor posits the existence of suppressed historical documents, but rather construes the very absence as an intentional, purposeful, mythic construct. Within this particular perspective, the chronological lacuna is not perceived as a mere historical oversight or an accidental omission, but rather as a deliberate symbolic expanse, a profound parable intrinsically embedded within the foundational architecture of the gospel narratives themselves. These unrecorded years thus transmute into a form of sacred metaphor, a pedagogical instrument that imparts profound truths through its very silence, verities that defy articulation through conventional linguistic means. Ancient narrative traditions frequently leveraged strategic silence and an aura of enigma as potent literary devices to elevate a central figure beyond the realm of the commonplace. Legendary heroes, for instance, were occasionally depicted as emerging from circumstances of miraculous wonder, only to subsequently recede from historical documentation until their dramatic reappearance, fully matured and prepared for their destined roles. This established narrative pattern intrinsically prioritizes the concept of predetermined destiny over gradual human development, and emphasizes sudden divine revelation rather than an incremental, observable process. To meticulously illustrate the trajectory of the boy's maturation into manhood would inevitably imbue the narrative with a heightened sense of humanity. However, to deliberately obscure this transformative period bestows upon it an unmistakable aura of the miraculous. In essence, this profound silence communicates a singular, potent message. Behold, here is an individual whose advent is not predicated upon human cultivation or preparation, but rather springs forth directly from the inscrutable depths of divine mystery. For a segment of theological and historical scholars, the unrecorded years of Jesus' life function precisely in this capacity. They are interpreted as a deliberate literary contrivance, a calculated narrative interlude designed to dramatically amplify the sudden and impactful commencement of his public ministry. Consequently, when Jesus makes his momentous appearance at the Jordan River, approximately at the age of 30, the pronounced absence of any preceding biographical detail significantly intensifies the inherent drama of the moment. He thus emerges not as an individual whose spiritual and intellectual faculties have been incrementally molded over time, but rather as a figure seemingly materializing from an ethereal, transcendent realm, bearing an inherent authority that appears to emanate spontaneously, without any discernible earthly precursor. The concept of an authority that seems to emerge from an inexplicable source is a profound subject of contemplation. The persistent myth surrounding Jesus' undocumented years serves to accentuate his distinctive nature, his enigmatic aura, and his divine essence. However, the term myth in this context does not inherently imply falsehood. In the ancient world, a myth was often regarded as a profound conduit for conveying truths that transcended mere factual accuracy. A mythic silence, therefore, can often articulate a more profound narrative than a meticulous historical record. By deliberately omitting the in-between periods of Jesus' life, the Gospels may be subtly guiding us towards a reality that extends beyond conventional chronology. This suggests that the crucial aspect was not how Jesus acquired his knowledge or wisdom, but rather the very essence of his being. These veiled years implicitly convey that his inherent authority stems not from any earthly instructor, but from an eternal, boundless origin. Nevertheless, the mere prevalence of various legends concerning his journeys indicates a persistent human inclination to bridge these narrative gaps. The potent allure of this myth of silence proved too compelling, too evocative for many to ignore. For some, it sparked conjectures of extensive travels towards the east, while for others, it hinted at a clandestine apprenticeship among esoteric mystics. Yet it is entirely plausible that the Gospels had no intention of providing such minute details. Perhaps their very reticence was the fundamental message they sought to impart. The absence of a detailed account of Jesus' early adult life serves as a poignant reminder that his identity transcended a mere biographical sketch or a historical chronicle. He was, in essence, an embodiment of profound mystery. His life was not merely lived as a sequence of events, but rather revealed as a series of divine manifestations. For an individual listening intently in the quiet of the night, this interpretation evokes a sense of profound stillness. The deliberate silence within the narrative becomes akin to the imperceptible pause between heartbeats, a sensation more deeply felt than explicitly articulated. It gently compels us to embrace that which defies logical explanation, to find solace in the fundamental truth that not every inquiry possesses a readily available answer. Sometimes, the very absence of an explanation constitutes the most profound response. Consider the Gospels as a meticulously crafted painting employing intentional negative space. While the central figure is vividly rendered, the background remains deliberately blank. This calculated emptiness serves to direct our gaze, thereby intensifying our focus on the elements of paramount significance. The undocumented years function precisely like this blankness. They serve as a powerful reminder that the narrative of Jesus is not an exhaustive compendium of continuous details, but rather a carefully orchestrated sequence of chosen revelations. In this light, the concept of the missing years, interpreted as a myth, functions as a profound lesson in humility. We as humans possess an innate desire to comprehend everything, to meticulously fill every narrative void with comprehensive explanations. However, true wisdom occasionally emanates not from an abundance of words, but from a judicious scarcity thereof. The unspoken aspects invite a deeper sense of wonder, profound reverence, and boundless imagination. Therefore, as one gently closes their eyes, allow the profound silence of those undocumented years to envelop them like a soothing lullaby. It is not an emptiness to be feared, but rather a profound mystery to be wholeheartedly embraced. It serves as a potent reminder that even within the lacuna, even amidst the boundless unknown, the divine presence remains undeniably manifest. The missing years, much like myth itself, are not primarily intended to satiate mere curiosity, but rather to ignite an overwhelming sense of awe. When one contemplates the extensive silence enshrouding Jesus' hidden years, an unsettling hypothesis emerges: that these years were not merely forgotten or left unrecorded, but rather intentionally protected by a veil of secrecy. The early Christian church may have strategically employed silence as a protective barrier, safeguarding what it feared to disclose and meticulously locking away information that might have destabilized nascent faith. History, it is often observed, is frequently shaped by what is deliberately withheld. Ecclesiastical councils and diligent scribes played a pivotal role in determining which gospels would endure, which teachings would be elevated to sanctity, and which narratives would be summarily discarded. Had Jesus' undocumented years contained encounters with diverse spiritual traditions? Had he studied under foreign mentors? Or had he uttered pronouncements that blurred the conventional boundaries of faith? Such particulars might have been deemed excessively perilous to preserve. To acknowledge them could potentially dilute the assertion of his singular uniqueness, suggesting that Christ's wisdom was not entirely divine, but partly acquired from external sources. Even in contemporary times, persistent whispers circulate about concealed records, ancient scrolls sequestered in monastic libraries, invaluable manuscripts meticulously locked within the Vatican's deepest archives, and enigmatic fragments hinting at extensive journeys to lands far beyond the familiar confines of Judea. While the majority of scholars tend to dismiss such assertions as mere legend or elaborate conspiracy theories. Their very persistence attests to an underlying intuition that something significant has been diligently guarded. This pervasive silence feels deliberate, as if someone long ago made a conscious decision that forgetting would ultimately serve a more beneficial purpose than remembering. Envision the custodians of faith in the nascent centuries, convened in dimly lit, shadowed chambers. A scribe meticulously unrolls a parchment, its ancient ink faded yet still decipherable, recounting a narrative of the youthful Jesus engaged in study among esoteric foreign mystics. The assembled elders exchange uneasy glances. Such a story, they might reason, could potentially confuse the devout, blurring the delicate distinction between divinely chosen revelation and mere human spiritual questing. One by one, they solemnly shake their heads. The scroll is then set aside, its precious words destined never to be copied, its memory permitted to gradually recede into oblivion. In this act, secrecy effectively transforms into a form of preservation. To conceptualize the missing years in this manner is to confront the profound possibility that historical narratives are meticulously curated, not solely through accidental omissions, but through deliberate intent. Silence, in certain contexts, functions as a formidable wall, constructed not to safeguard truth itself, but to protect established power structures. What lies concealed behind this wall may never be definitively known. Nevertheless, the very existence of such a barrier communicates a crucial insight, that there was once a conscious decision to guard, to withhold, to seal away certain information. For the listener gently drifting into a state of repose, this unsettling possibility carries a dual essence of disquiet and profound wonder. If secrets were indeed meticulously kept, it serves as a stark reminder of the inherent fragility of human memory and how effortlessly narratives can be molded by those who wield the pen of history. Yet it also underscores the enduring nature of mystery, which manages to survive even the most rigorous suppression. A narrative guarded with excessive zeal often transmutes into a compelling legend, whispered in hushed tones, passed down from one generation to the next like a fragile ember carefully carried through the encroaching darkness. Perhaps this very phenomenon explains why the notion of secrecy clings so tenaciously to the undocumented years. The pervasive silence feels less like a mere absence and more like a deliberate concealment, as if beneath the seemingly straightforward surface of the Gospels lies a deeper, concealed current of information. While we may never fully penetrate this veil, the very act of pondering its existence draws us closer to the profound mystery it encapsulates. Gently close your eyes and visualize an ancient library, its towering shelves laden with countless scrolls. Motes of dust dance gracefully in the shafts of sunlight piercing through the gloom. Somewhere within this vast repository, perhaps, lies a solitary manuscript that could unequivocally resolve the enigma of those 18 silent years. Yet it remains unopened, meticulously locked away in secrecy, its precious words gradually fading even as they are painstakingly preserved. We are unable to read them, we cannot. Nevertheless, their profound silence resonates, echoing across the vast expanse of centuries, serving as a powerful reminder that what is deliberately hidden can sometimes possess a potency equal to, if not greater than, what is openly revealed. Within the profound hush that envelops Jesus' undocumented years, narratives frequently gravitate towards the evocative image of hidden manuscripts, ancient scrolls meticulously penned and subsequently lost, venerable codices buried and ultimately forgotten, and fragile parchments patiently awaiting discovery beneath layers of accumulated dust and ancient stone. The very notion of such discoveries possesses a dreamlike allure, as if somewhere, in a remote library or a sealed cave, the definitive answer to the enigma of those 18 silent years still exists in tangible ink, patiently awaiting its revelation. The annals of history are replete with instances of such remarkable recoveries. The Dead Sea Scrolls, accidentally unearthed in the caves of Qumran, unveiled a vibrant tapestry of Jewish thought contemporary with Jesus. Hymns, intricate laws, and profound prophecies preserved in remarkable silence for nearly 2 millennia. The Nag Hammadi Library, fortuitously discovered in Egypt in 1945, presented a chorus of previously forgotten Christian voices, alternative gospels, startling revelations, and mystical sayings meticulously hidden away by monks who feared their destruction. If such invaluable caches could endure for centuries unseen, why could not other similar treasures still be awaiting discovery? Tico, some proponents assert that monasteries situated in the remote regions of Tibet, India, or Egypt possess ancient manuscripts that directly recount Jesus' extensive wanderings in the East. Travelers in the 19th century reported hearing monks recite passages from scrolls detailing the life of a revered teacher named Isa, who journeyed from Israel to acquire and impart wisdom before ultimately returning to his homeland. Scholarly opinion remains sharply divided on these claims. Some dismiss them as pure invention, while others discern fragments of ancient oral traditions meticulously woven into mythic narratives. Yet, even the most ardent skeptics cannot deny the profound resonance of this possibility, that somewhere a written testimony exists, meticulously bridging the significant gap between Jesus as a child and as a man, between the quiet village of Nazareth and the sacred waters of the Jordan River. Even within the Western world, whispers persist of meticulously sealed archives. The Vatican Library, with its seemingly endless corridors and rigorously locked chambers, is frequently imagined as a veritable vault of such profound secrets. Texts deemed too fragile, too perilous, or too controversial for public dissemination. Whether these claims are rooted in verifiable fact or are mere products of vivid fiction holds less significance than what they fundamentally represent. The deeply ingrained human perception that silence is not always an indicator of emptiness, but often of deliberate concealment. That forgotten manuscripts might harbor truths intentionally hidden, truths deemed too disruptive for the established tenets of orthodoxy. Imagine for a fleeting moment stumbling upon such an extraordinary text, a fragile scroll, its delicate edges flaking, its ancient ink faded to a sepia brown. You meticulously unroll it, and there, nestled between lines of ancient Greek or Aramaic script, you discover words describing a profound journey, an influential teacher, a transformative vision. Perhaps it depicts Jesus deeply engaged in profound discussions with revered sages in India. Perhaps it portrays Jesus traversing desolate deserts alongside enigmatic mystics. Or perhaps it simply shows Jesus laboring quietly in a humble Galilean workshop, his profound wisdom gradually burgeoning in contemplative silence. Regardless of the specific details, the mere existence of such a manuscript would irrevocably transform our understanding not only of his life, but of the very fabric of history itself. Yet, an inherent paradox emerges. Even if such writings were indeed discovered, would they be universally believed? Or would they, too, be swiftly dismissed as apocrypha, as mere fables meticulously spun to fill a narrative void? The very intensity of our hunger for definitive answers paradoxically renders us suspicious of every potential answer offered. The pervasive silence is so profound that any voice attempting to break it sounds inherently uncertain, fragile, and fiercely contested. For the listener, now gently drifting in quiet contemplation, the evocative image of forgotten manuscripts transcends its literal meaning and transforms into a potent symbol. Whether they genuinely exist or remain purely imaginary, they serve as a poignant reminder of the inherent fragility of human memory and the disconcerting reality that truth is frequently concealed, patiently awaiting revelation in the depths of silence. They also powerfully remind us that historical narratives are never truly complete, that beneath the familiar words we know, countless layers of untold stories may still lie dormant, patiently sleeping. Close your eyes and visualize a solitary monastery nestled high in the majestic mountains. Snow gently gathers on its ancient roof. The wind howls mournfully against its weathered stones. Inside, a lone monk moves deliberately by the flickering candlelight, slowly unlocking a sturdy wooden chest. Within, scrolls meticulously bound in cloth lie undisturbed, unread for countless centuries. He pauses, carefully lifts one, and begins to read its ancient script. Outside, the night deepens, becoming ever more profound. Inside, a voice long silenced stirs once more, gently breaking the profound silence that has held it captive for so long. The deeply buried, long-forgotten narrative stirs from its slumber once more, shattering the profound quietude that has enveloped it for ages. It is conceivable that such elusive manuscripts may forever evade discovery, never surfacing from the depths of history. Conversely, they might already be in existence, lying dormant and patiently concealed within the ordinary fabric of the world, awaiting the opportune moment when humanity is prepared to truly comprehend their profound implications. Until that fated time arrives, these enigmatic writings persist as an integral component of an enduring enigma. The unremembered accounts of Jesus' unrecorded early life, perpetually infusing the pervasive silence with a potent sense of anticipation and boundless potential. Many generations subsequent to the crucifixion of Jesus, as the nascent faith of Christianity began to firmly establish itself and expand its influence across various regions, a distinct collective of spiritual aspirants emerged. These devoted individuals deliberately opted for the desolate expanse of the wilderness as their chosen abode. Known as the Desert Fathers, a designation encompassing both men and women, they consciously receded into the stark, inhospitable terrains of Egypt, Syria, and Palestine. This profound withdrawal entailed abandoning the bustling urban centers and the accompanying material comforts in favor of a secluded existence within natural caves, rudimentary huts, and solitary monastic cells. Their earnest quest was not for temporal diversions, but rather for profound inner stillness. Their ambition was not to wield earthly authority, but to achieve spiritual unblemishedness. Within their compiled aphorisms and fragmented teachings, there persists a compelling and peculiar resonance, suggesting veiled intimations that certain profound truths and sacred enigmas are more appropriately preserved in taciturnity. These venerable desert fathers, it is posited, inherited a spiritual lineage that could conceivably trace its origins back to the enigmatic, unrecorded epic of Jesus' early life. Their conviction was that the austere environment of the desert served as a crucible, systematically divesting the human soul of superficiality, dispelling all illusory perceptions, and thereby unveiling unadulterated truth. This desolate landscape, they perceived, was a locale of intense tribulation and relentless enticement, yet simultaneously a profound arena for divine epiphany. In their spiritual framework, silence was not interpreted as a void or an absence, but rather as a profound plenitude, an expansive domain where the hallowed presence of the divine could be directly apprehended, unencumbered by the often distracting intercession of spoken language. Their narratives were not meticulously crafted or formally canonized like the Gospels, but rather transmitted as subtle, hushed intimations, inherently perplexing, deliberately fragmentary, and inherently resistant to facile interpretation. From within the confines of this venerable tradition, certain ascetic practitioners offered only indistinct allusions to Jesus' obscured formative years. They refrained from articulating explicit narratives, choosing instead to offer subtle suggestions regarding profound mysteries deemed either too perilous, too sacred, or too susceptible to misinterpretation to be openly disseminated. In their deliberate reticence, one discerns a compelling mirroring of the Gospel's own lacunae, a steadfast assertion that the most paramount truths were not destined for verbal articulation, but rather for profound embodiment through lived experience. A particularly resonant aphorism frequently ascribed to the sagacious desert fathers declares, "If you possess utterances, you have not yet attained true quietude. If you lack quietude, you have not yet achieved genuine insight." Might this profound statement encapsulate their interpretation for the lacuna, the absent chronicles, within Jesus' biographical timeline? It proposes that the fundamental essence of his spiritual readiness resided intrinsically within silence itself, manifested through the rigorous discipline of anonymity, and forged within the meticulous cultivation of a heart profoundly synchronized with the divine. Envision a youthful Jesus venturing into the untamed wilderness, mirroring the ancient precedent set by numerous prophets. Days seamlessly extended into weeks, the scorching sun dominating the daytime sky, while the brilliant, piercing stars illuminated the profound darkness of night. He sustained himself by partaking of the meager sustenance offered by infrequent springs and the scarce provisions the barren earth afforded. Above all, his profound engagement was directed towards the subtle murmur of the wind sweeping across the ancient stones, the resonant whisper of his inner voice, and the expansive quietude that imparted profound lessons without the necessity of verbal articulation. This evocative portrayal, while certainly not a verifiable historical account, embodies a profound spiritual cadence that the Desert Fathers would have inherently comprehended and acknowledged. For they, too, held the unwavering conviction that silence possessed the transformative power to meticulously sculpt and refine the human soul. Many centuries subsequently, as these dedicated ascetics sought refuge within the desert's embrace, it is plausible that they were, whether through conscious intent or unconscious resonance, reenacting the very paradigm of those unchronicled years of Jesus' early life. Their existence unfolded as living parables, illustrating themes of profound withdrawal from the world and subsequent spiritual return, of deliberate obscurity and eventual divine revelation. While they bequeathed no explicit historical records detailing Jesus' formative period, their manner of living conveyed an implicit understanding. It posits that certain truths are not documented because their very nature renders them incapable of textual inscription. Instead, they are apprehended solely through the profound experience of silence. For the attentive individual engaging with this discourse this evening, this contemplative notion imparts a subtle yet significant lesson. The enigmatic missing years of Jesus' biography, it is suggested, may pertain less to his physical peregrinations, the specific geographical locations he traversed, or the academic disciplines he pursued, and more profoundly to his interior spiritual development. They speak to how sustained periods of silence forged his character, and how a deliberate period of obscurity purified and refined his spiritual essence. The profound wisdom of the Desert Fathers serves as a poignant reminder that the most profound and sacred mysteries frequently transcend verbal expression, and that occasionally, that which is deliberately unspoken or concealed possesses a greater potency than any articulated narrative. Envision a secluded desert cave as twilight descends, casting long shadows. Within its humble confines, a solitary monk is seated cross-legged, bathed in the faint, ambient glow, uttering no sound. His entire being is attuned solely to the rhythmic pulsation of his own heart. Beyond the cave's entrance, the ceaseless wind glides over the undulating sands, bearing with it the identical, profound quietude that once enveloped Jesus' undocumented early life. This pervasive silence, far from representing an emptiness or a void, constitutes a potent presence, a concealed yet palpable spiritual essence, more profound than any linguistic construct and more enduring than any recorded historical event. It is plausible that the Venerable Desert Fathers deliberately refrained from explicit discussions concerning Jesus' unrecorded period, not because they perceived it as an intellectual enigma demanding resolution, but rather as a profound paradigm worthy of emulation. To consciously cultivate an existence immersed in silence is, for them, to wholeheartedly embrace the inherent mystery of life and divinity. To relinquish the reliance on verbal expression is to step directly into the profound realm of unadulterated truth. In this conceptual framework, the laconic nature of the canonical Gospels and the contemplative quietude of the desert converge, coalescing into a singular, resonant reverberation. The potent notion that what remains veiled and concealed might, in fact, possess a sanctity surpassing that which is openly disclosed. For a span approaching 2 millennia, the enigmatic, unchronicled period of Jesus' life has persistently captivated and challenged the intellectual faculties of academics. Historians, theologians, and spiritual inquirers have all meticulously examined and analyzed the disparate fragments of available evidence, harboring the aspiration of integrating these pieces into a cohesive and comprehensible narrative. Nevertheless, this intricate historical conundrum steadfastly defies definitive resolution. The individual components of this puzzle indeed exist, dispersed widely across a spectrum of sources, including apocryphal gospels, venerable medieval legends, rich oral traditions, and even subtle, barely discernible archaeological intimations. However, despite the diligent efforts of scholars to meticulously conjoin these fragments, the overarching historical tableau consistently fails to coalesce into a fully coherent image. A particular school of thought places significant emphasis on the pervasive historical void surrounding these years. Adherents of this viewpoint contend that the sheer dearth of corroborating evidence in itself substantiates the probability that Jesus resided unobtrusively within Nazareth, dedicating his early adulthood to the craft of carpentry and attracting no notable public recognition until the pivotal moment of his baptism by John the Baptist. From this perspective, the absent years are not shrouded in any profound mystery. Rather, they are perceived as entirely commonplace, their reticence merely a reflection of an existence too ordinary and unremarkable to warrant documentation. For these particular academics, the conjecture of extensive travels to distant lands, such as India, Britain, or other far-flung locales, represents an indulgence in speculative mythology. The resolution to this purported puzzle, they assert, is simply that no such enigma fundamentally exists. Conversely, a different cohort of researchers directs attention towards subtle indicators that actively challenge such a straightforward interpretation. They meticulously observe the striking and abrupt authoritative demeanor with which Jesus commences his public instruction, the encompassing universality embedded within his parables, and the profound congruence of his pronouncements with ancient wisdom traditions originating far beyond the geographical confines of Judea. These scholars propose that such intellectual and spiritual profundity could not possibly have materialized in complete isolation. Rather, it must inherently signify a period of exposure to expansive and diverse intellectual currents. In this interpretative framework, the unrecorded years transform into an alluring and provocative canvas, upon which a multitude of speculative possibilities can be projected. Rigorous Essene training, immersion in enigmatic Egyptian mysteries, engagement with profound Indian philosophies, or participation in the vibrant, cosmopolitan cultural exchanges facilitated by the ancient Silk Road. Yet another faction of investigators adopts a more tempered, intermediate stance. Their proposition asserts that Jesus would not have necessarily required extensive geographical peregrinations to encounter and assimilate the diverse wisdom traditions of the wider world. The region of Galilee itself, strategically situated along significant ancient trade routes, inherently provided him with exposure to a confluence of foreign voices and a multiplicity of intellectual concepts. A discerning youth, characterized by meticulous listening and vigilant observation, possessed the capacity to absorb the rich tapestry of global diversity without ever needing to depart from his familial abode. Within this particular interpretation, the historical enigma is resolved, not through hypotheses of arduous distant expeditions, but rather through the profound local immersion within a vibrant nexus of converging cultures. Furthermore, a distinct group of theorists advances the contention that the historical silence surrounding Jesus' formative years was entirely intentional, postulating that the canonical Gospels deliberately obscure more information than they actually divulge. These proponents insinuate that the nascent leaders of the early Christian Church might well have possessed knowledge of narratives pertaining to Jesus' youth, yet they consciously elected not to safeguard or disseminate these accounts. Their motivations, it is speculated, stemmed from an apprehension of engendering theological confusion or inciting doctrinal controversy. For these particular academics, the crux of the enigma resides not in a mere absence of information, but rather in a calculated act of suppression, an intricately veiled, concealed history. Each of these divergent analytical perspectives possesses its dedicated proponents, and each carries a certain intellectual gravitas. However, none can legitimately assert a conclusive or definitive resolution. The extant evidence is simply too meager and frequently too contradictory to permit an unambiguous conclusion. Consequently, the enduring historical puzzle persists in its unresolved state, perhaps even inherently unsolvable. And it is conceivable that this very irresolution constitutes its most authentic manifestation. Not an intellectual problem amenable to completion, but rather a profound enigma destined for continuous, contemplative engagement. Visualize a dedicated scholar toiling diligently at his writing desk during the late hours of the night, ensconced amidst towering stacks of ancient tomes and venerable manuscripts. The flickering flames of candles burn low, casting dancing shadows, as the delicate parchment rustles and crackles faintly beneath his probing fingertips. He meticulously cross-references disparate textual fragments, rigorously compares various translations, and diligently records striking parallels between the recorded pronouncements of Jesus and the profound utterances of sages from distant civilizations. His intellect strains intensely, striving to meticulously conjoin these elusive historical components, yet the cohesive narrative he seeks continuously eludes his grasp, perpetually dissolving. The profound quietude residing within the interstices of these fragmented pieces resonates with a greater audibility and impact than the fragments themselves. For the attentive audience present this evening, the very intellectual struggle undertaken by such a scholar is, in itself, an intrinsic and significant component of the overarching historical narrative. This persistent endeavor vividly illustrates the manner in which profound mystery continues to endure, even when subjected to the most intense scrutiny of human rationality. The intricate conundrum concerning Jesus' unrecorded years has steadfastly defied every concerted effort to definitively resolve it, serving as a powerful admonition that historical inquiry is not analogous to a precise mathematical calculation, and that spiritual conviction cannot be simplistically reduced to a mere chronological sequence of events. The lacunae within the historical record remain obdurate, profoundly quiet, and seemingly immutable. It is entirely plausible that this very immutability constitutes the fundamental essence of their significance. The enigmatic historical puzzle, it is posited, does not demand a definitive resolution, but rather invites a sustained coexistence. This entails embracing the understanding that certain absent elements may perpetually remain unrecovered. It necessitates acknowledging that the very presence of silence imparts a profound lesson in humility. The intellectual challenge confronting the scholar thus transforms not into a portal leading to irrefutable certainty, but into a potent memento of inherent cognitive limitations. A recognition that some profound chapters of historical narrative are inscribed, not with tangible ink, but with the indelible essence of mystery itself. Envision those disparate historical fragments strewn across a flat surface. Despite countless attempts at rearrangement and careful juxtaposition, they persistently resist forming a perfectly coherent whole. Nevertheless, collectively, they intimate the existence of a narrative far more expansive and profound than the mere aggregation of their individual components. They subtly murmur of a grander story transcending linguistic articulation, of years obscured from conventional record, yet imbued with immense spiritual potency, and of a pervasive silence that, remarkably, continues to communicate profound truths. The mere contemplation, that Jesus might have embarked upon journeys extending beyond the geographical confines of Judea, potentially acquiring knowledge from foreign spiritual masters, or assimilating sagacity from diverse cultural traditions, inevitably brings one into proximity with a theological demarcation that numerous factions within the established church have assiduously protected for an extended duration. Conventional orthodoxy steadfastly asserts the singular and unparalleled nature of Christ, maintaining the theological tenet that his teachings originated exclusively from direct divine revelation, rather than from an amalgamation or synthesis of various cultural influences. To concede any substantive influence from ancient Egypt, distant India, or the Persian Empire would be to implicitly suggest that his spiritual authority was not entirely transcendental, but rather partially human in its formation, potentially derived from experiential encounters, assimilated from various instructors, and shaped by the very temporal world he was destined to spiritually reclaim. Throughout numerous centuries, such speculative proposals concerning Jesus's potential external influences were invariably met with profound distrust and skepticism. The ecclesiastical councils responsible for delineating the authoritative scriptural canon placed immense importance on doctrinal cohesion and spiritual unblemishedness, striving assiduously to safeguard the nascent faith from any perceived theological aberration or spiritual deception. The prevailing theological understanding decreed that Jesus was unequivocally the Son of God, a unique divine entity, and not merely a peripatetic spiritual inquirer who synthesized disparate elements of truth gleaned from various foreign territories. To assert any alternative perspective was to imperil the very structural integrity of the entire belief system, risking the complete unraveling of its foundational tenets. The peril of such an endeavor, venturing into uncharted theological territories, lay in the potential to meticulously dismantle the very foundations of deeply held convictions, thereby jeopardizing the intricate tapestry of religious dogma that had been meticulously woven over centuries. Consequently, the deliberate reticence embedded within the canonical gospel accounts proved remarkably advantageous for the established religious doctrine. This strategic omission, by presenting those intermediate years as an unexplained void, effectively safeguarded an aura of profound enigma, skillfully circumventing any inquiries that possessed the potential to irrevocably splinter the unity of devout adherents. Nevertheless, tantalizing clues persistently surfaced. The non-canonical apocryphal Gospels, the enduring narratives surrounding Isa, and the hushed murmurs concerning concealed ancient texts. Each of these elements exerted a persistent, gentle pull upon the concealing shroud, intimating that those unrecorded 18 years might, in fact, encompass revelations far more substantial than mere sacred ambiguity. Academics and researchers who possessed the temerity to investigate these unconventional hypotheses frequently discovered themselves stigmatized as religious dissidents, their intellectual contributions vigorously denounced, and their critical perspectives effectively suppressed. The prevailing theological framework unequivocally necessitated absolute assurance, perceiving any form of theoretical conjecture as excessively perilous. Even in contemporary times, the mere suggestion that the profound wisdom imparted by Jesus could exhibit congruence with various Eastern philosophical traditions causes considerable disquiet among numerous adherents. For a segment of the faithful, drawing parallels between his profound utterances and concepts such as Buddhist principles of empathetic benevolence or the holistic oneness characteristic of Hindu thought, is tantamount to undermining his divine preeminence. Conversely, for a different cohort of individuals, such conceptual correspondences do not detract from the spiritual profundity, but instead amplify its enigmatic allure. These individuals posit that ultimate divine verity might transcend the confines of any solitary religious paradigm, proposing that the profound sagacity of Christ could reverberate universally precisely because it aligned harmoniously with fundamental truths already articulated in diverse cultural expressions across the globe. This inherent dichotomy, existing between rigid doctrinal adherence and intellectual receptivity, largely characterizes the ongoing discourse surrounding these undocumented periods. For those who diligently safeguard established customs, the absence of information must persist inviolate, representing an impenetrable enigma. However, for spiritual explorers and those inclined towards mystical interpretations, this very silence functions as an enticing overture, a gateway deliberately left ajar, subtly inviting further investigation. Both factions harbor profound apprehension regarding the potential ramifications of the opposing viewpoint. One group dreads the disintegration and splintering of religious conviction, while the other anticipates a crippling arrest of intellectual curiosity and spiritual awe. Envision an ancient assembly of ecclesiastical leaders convened within dimly illuminated chambers, earnestly deliberating which narratives merited inclusion within the sacred canon. Upon their discussion table rests a venerable manuscript detailing Jesus' scholarly pursuits in distant foreign territories. Certain voices passionately advocate for its incorporation, emphasizing how it depicts a Messiah actively immersed in global human experience. Other figures express profound disapproval, cautioning that such accounts would inevitably bewilder the devout, implying that the path to redemption might not be exclusively divine in origin. Ultimately, the scroll is relegated to obscurity, destined to dissolve into forgotten annals. Thus, conventional doctrine prevails, not through the provision of definitive resolutions, but by assiduously maintaining the unspoken nature of challenging inquiries. Nevertheless, these persistent inquiries steadfastly persist. They inevitably reemerge in each successive generation, manifesting through every courageous academic who ventures to pose them, and within every individual who discerns reverberations of ancient Eastern profundity within the pronouncements originating from Galilee. While established religious authority may diligently safeguard the narrative void, it remains utterly incapable of eradicating the innate human yearning for understanding. The undocumented years continue to represent a subtle yet potent provocation, gently pushing against the established confines of assured knowledge. This inherent friction constitutes an integral facet of the enigma's captivating appeal. Belief and skepticism, inherited customs and creative conjecture, conservation and investigation. All these contrasting elements converge within the profound stillness encompassing those 18 unrecorded years. The fundamental challenge confronting conventional religious thought extends beyond mere historical reconstruction. Fundamentally, it concerns humanity's approach to confronting the enigmatic unknown. Are we to firmly seal the entrance and zealously protect the inherent mystery? Or should we boldly unlatch it, thereby embracing the potential for transformative personal evolution? As the evening descends into deeper shadows, reconsider this profound absence, not as a vacant chasm, but as an intensely vibrant space, pulsating with an incessant hum of inquiries that refuse to subside. While traditional doctrine has striven to render it static, this compelling void, much like an untamed breeze, ceaselessly shifts, murmurs, and beckons. Perhaps the true imperative is not to shatter existing beliefs, but rather to permit faith and the unknown to coexist, harmoniously intertwined. When the profound lacuna represented by Jesus' unrecorded early adulthood is re-envisioned, not as a mere void, but rather as a period of intensive personal development, a distinct and compelling perspective arises. The proposition that those concealed years might have functioned as a deliberate course of study, an extended and contemplative apprenticeship meticulously preparing him for his subsequent divine purpose. This formative instruction would not have been confined solely to formal textual learning or academic environments, but rather encompassed the more profound and nuanced teachings gleaned from lived experience. These invaluable insights would have been imparted through interactions with individuals, observations of natural surroundings, and the subtle, inexorable progression of temporal existence. Certain spiritual lineages posit that he acquired profound knowledge from venerable wise men, esoteric practitioners, and religious officiants in far-off territories. Conversely, other narratives depict him firmly entrenched in Nazareth, his character forged by the quotidian cadences of familial life and manual toil. Irrespective of the specific interpretation, these undocumented periods coalesce into a veritable academy of concealed sagacity, wherein the ultimate instructor of timeless truths was, himself, engaged in the process of discipleship. His subsequent allegories, characterized by their deceptive simplicity yet immense depth, bear the undeniable impress of accumulated lived experience, as if each evocative mental picture had been inwardly assimilated during protracted periods of quiet contemplation long before it was verbally articulated. Reflect upon the remarkable frequency with which his pronouncements derive vivid imagery from the natural environment. The soaring avian creatures, the delicate blossoms adorning the meadows, the diminutive mustard seed that burgeons into a substantial refuge for numerous beings. Such evocative metaphors are not acquired through the diligent study of written texts. Rather, they are meticulously accumulated from extended periods of attentive observation and keen perception. It is entirely plausible that his concealed years were replete with precisely this kind of meticulous discernment, a systematic cultivation of the capacity to apprehend the sacred within the mundane. Furthermore, one must acknowledge the clandestine educational component inherent in diligent labor. The craft of carpentry, for instance, demands a profound reservoir of patience, meticulous accuracy, and unwavering stamina. It imparts crucial insights into the intrinsic resilience of various substances, the indispensable worth of dexterous manipulation, and the paramount necessity of establishing enduring structural bases. Subsequently, when Jesus eloquently articulated concepts such as burdens rendered light or dwellings erected upon unyielding bedrock, it is conceivable that he was not merely employing illustrative figures of speech, but rather drawing directly from deeply ingrained personal recollections. His profound spiritual gravitas was undeniably molded, in part, by the rigorous discipline exacted by manual vocation. Moreover, an additional element within this hidden educational framework involves the profound pedagogy of adversity. Existence within the region of Galilee was far from devoid of arduous challenges. Widespread destitution, The pervasive influence of Roman imperial governance and periods of societal agitation exerted considerable pressure upon the rhythms of everyday life. Had Jesus resided unobtrusively among his fellow citizens, he would undoubtedly have directly observed systemic inequities, personally empathized with the tribulations of the economically disadvantaged, and participated in the collective hardships of quotidian existence. Consequently, when he later announced tidings of solace for the impoverished, liberation for the subjugated, and respite for the fatigued, his pronouncements conveyed not merely theoretical tenets, but rather a profoundly embodied and empathetic solicitude. To conceptualize these undocumented epochs in such a manner is to perceive them not as vacant historical voids, but rather as periods of concealed yet purposeful conditioning. The very absence of explicit narrative thus transforms into an integral component of the instruction itself, conveying the profound understanding that genuine sagacity is not invariably transmitted through ostentatious displays, but rather cultivated through steadfast perseverance, diligent effort, and meticulous mindfulness. This veiled educational program shaped not merely his verbal expressions, but fundamentally influenced his very essence, rendering him deeply rooted, profoundly empathetic, and exquisitely attuned to both the terrestrial realm and the transcendent dimension. Envision him seated at the periphery of an agricultural expanse, observing with quiet contemplation a tiller of the soil disseminating seeds. Picture him meticulously mending a fractured wooden harness, his hands exhibiting unwavering steadiness, his intellect keenly focused. Conceive of him lending a silent ear to the profound sorrow of his fellow villagers, to the unrestrained mirth of youthful offspring, and to the theological disputations among the venerable members of the local synagogue. Such unrecorded instances, though perhaps never formally chronicled, were undeniably assimilated into the fabric of his being. They profoundly influenced the distinctive intonation that would one day summon followers, and the expansive compassion that would one day encompass the entirety of humanity. This particular perspective imparts a subtle yet profound verity, that our individual periods of unacknowledged existence, those intervals of patient expectation, of anonymity, of routine vocational engagement, might likewise constitute elements within an unobserved developmental framework. The quiescent interludes within our personal narratives may not signify an absence of activity, but rather a potent formative process, subtly molding us in capacities we are presently incapable of discerning. The undocumented epochs of Jesus' life serve as a poignant reminder that the most significant preparations frequently transpire without public recognition, concealed within the everyday, patiently awaiting their destined revelation. Visualize the carpenter's atelier, the verdant slope, the bustling marketplace. None of these settings appear inherently remarkable. Nevertheless, amidst these commonplace days, an unwritten educational regimen progressively unfurled, meticulously interweaving the threads of perseverance, empathy, and sagacity. When Jesus ultimately embarked upon his public ministry, he bore within his very essence the profound teachings gleaned from periods of quiet contemplation, the intrinsic fortitude forged through diligent exertion, and the expansive insight cultivated by observing the world with an unreserved gaze. The absent years, therefore, may constitute less an enigmatic puzzle and more a salient admonition that even profound stillness can serve as an instructor, and that periods of inconspicuous development possess the capacity to ready us for revelations more profound than our current comprehension allows. The profound narrative void surrounding Jesus' undocumented early life has consistently provided fertile ground for human ingenuity and creative speculation. Within this expansive, imaginative realm, diverse civilizations situated far beyond the geographical confines of Judea have asserted the reverberations of his historical presence. Across the Indian subcontinent, venerable oral traditions recount the existence of a sanctified individual originating from the Occidental world, venerated as Isa, who reportedly pursued scholarly endeavors among enlightened ascetics prior to his repatriation. In ancient Persia, fragmentary accounts of folklore allude to an itinerant spiritual guide whose doctrines exhibited a striking consonance with the Zoroastrian cosmological principles of opposing forces, luminosity and shadow. Even within the British Isles, medieval sagas narrate the tale of a youthful Jesus embarking on a voyage alongside Joseph of Arimathea, purportedly gracing the verdant undulations of Glastonbury with his presence. For contemporary auditors, such anecdotal accounts might appear inherently imaginative or even improbable. Nevertheless, they disclose a more profound underlying truth: an innate global human desire to forge connections between the biography of Jesus and the rich cultural legacies of numerous distinct regions. Each civilization, upon perceiving the temporal reverberations of his teachings, intuitively conceives the notion that he might once have traversed their ancestral lands, and that their indigenous philosophies contributed to the formation of his spiritual trajectory. The inherent absence of information during those specific years functions akin to an expansive, resonant chamber, powerfully augmenting the plausibility of shared cultural and spiritual origins. When his subsequent doctrinal pronouncements are juxtaposed against the established tenets of diverse spiritual traditions, striking congruities invariably manifest. His eloquent assertions concerning personal modesty find distinct resonance with Buddhist exhortations, advocating for the relinquishment of egocentric attachments. His imperative to extend affection towards one's fellow human beings harmonizes profoundly with Confucian principles emphasizing societal accord. Furthermore, his conceptualization of an immanent divine presence within the individual reflects the core Hindu doctrines pertaining to the immutable, eternal soul. Did these discernible resemblances originate from direct interpersonal encounters, or did they manifest as fundamental truths emerging autonomously across disparate human societies? The profound narrative vacuum provides no definitive elucidation, merely presenting the captivating prospect of a profound interconnectivity. What remains unequivocally evident is that the core communication conveyed by Jesus possessed an inherent Catholicity, enabling its reception and comprehension across a multitude of linguistic frameworks, cultural contexts, and historical epochs. It is conceivable that this phenomenon accounts for the pervasive reverberations of his perceived influence throughout numerous civilizations. This might not stem from his literal physical peregrinations to these distant locales, but rather from the inherent consonance of his profound pronouncements with sagacity already embedded within those cultures, akin to a musical string being plucked that subsequently induces sympathetic vibrations in an adjacent string. His powerful articulation effectively stimulated ancient verities to resonate wherever they were discovered. Nevertheless, an alternative hypothesis persists, that these aforementioned reverberations signify something more substantial than mere fortuitous alignment. This perspective suggests that historical records might retain subtle, elusive vestiges of interactions that we are presently unable to empirically substantiate. Commercial convoys traversed vast continental expanses. Traders transported not solely commodities, but also narratives and oral traditions, and individuals dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment frequently embarked on extensive journeys in quest of profound understanding. Within such a globally interconnected environment, it is not beyond the realm of plausibility that the youthful Jesus could have embarked on travels extending considerably further than the canonical Gospels explicitly acknowledge, thereby leaving behind faint murmurs that over time transmuted into enduring folklore. The individual's departure left behind a subtle resonance, which over time transformed into deeply ingrained historical narratives and mythical accounts. One might envision this enigmatic figure traversing extensive pathways, with fine particulate matter stirring gently from beneath his sandals, while formidable mountain ranges stood majestically on the horizon, and unfamiliar dialects resonated in the surrounding air. During his travels, a venerable sage might have momentarily halted his own journey to acknowledge the young inquirer, imparting a profound observation, an illustrative narrative, or an insightful revelation. The earnest youth would absorb these teachings, internalizing their significance before continuing his solitary pilgrimage. Subsequently, in a distinctly different geographical region, individuals who had encountered him retained a vivid recollection not of his specific appellation, but rather of his compelling demeanor, his penetrating inquiries, and his serene yet undeniable command. Across the span of numerous centuries, these fleeting recollections gradually solidified into celebrated lore, which in turn dissolved into a persistent atmospheric reverberation. Such reverberations constitute an integral element of the profound enigma's captivating melody. They serve as a powerful testament, impressing upon us the notion that fundamental truths transcend geographical limitations, that profound sagacity communicates effectively across diverse cultural landscapes, and that periods of quietude can transmit significant meaning just as effectively as they can signify a void. The definitive certainty of whether Jesus indeed journeyed through regions like India, Persia, or even Britain might forever elude historical verification, yet the discernible imprints discovered across various civilizations strongly imply that his existence cannot be geographically circumscribed to one exclusive territory. His compelling narrative, much like the essence of his transformative teachings, is an inheritance intended for global humanity. Picture, if you will, the intricate cartography of the ancient global expanse. Intricate arteries of commerce and spiritual journeys intricately traversed vast deserts, expansive oceans, and imposing mountain ranges. Along these established conduits, myriad voices journeyed, some emanating from mortal beings, others imbued with a transcendent, divine quality. Within this confluence, it is conceivable that a youthful individual once trod, whose actual physical progression left no discernible historical documentation, yet whose profound reverberations persist to this very day, transported across epochs and diverse societies akin to a subtle, enduring murmur carried on the currents of time itself. What profound insights do the unrecorded periods of Jesus' life impart to us, if not the fundamental principle inherent in anonymity and lack of public recognition? For a substantial duration, encompassing almost 2 full decades of his earthly existence, the historical accounts remain entirely mute. There are no documented instances of miraculous deeds, no transcribed discourses, and no detailed chronicles of his travels. What persists is merely a profound hush, extending over a span of 18 years, akin to a secluded valley nestled imperceptibly between two distinct and readily apparent mountain summits of his public ministry. Nevertheless, it is quite plausible that precisely within this period of undisclosed existence that we uncover the most profound and lasting sagacity. Genuine eminence frequently blossoms without immediate public observation or acknowledgement. For instance, nascent seeds diligently extend their root systems deep into the fertile earth for considerable periods before their tender foliage finally penetrates the ground's surface. Similarly, powerful rivers meticulously sculpt subterranean conduits far beneath the terrestrial crust before their waters spectacularly emerge into the full light of day. In an analogous fashion, the formative period of Jesus' life might have unfolded, a phase of concealed development meticulously paving the path for a subsequent, abrupt manifestation of his divine purpose. The canonical Gospels conspicuously transition from depicting Jesus as a young boy to portraying him as a mature man, leaping from his appearance in the temple as a youth to his baptism as an adult, thereby compelling us to contemplate the events that transpired during the intervening, unrecorded interval. The resolution to this query might be straightforward. He was simply existing, patiently anticipating his moment, undergoing profound internal maturation, all while remaining beyond public scrutiny. Obscurity, contrary to popular perception, does not equate to a void or an absence of activity. Instead, it represents the gradual accretion of inner fortitude, the deliberate and unhurried refinement of one's intrinsic nature, and the serene assimilation of the surrounding world's complexities. Within such periods of anonymity, a spirit cultivates resilience, fosters modesty, and deepens its capacity for empathy. These are invaluable lessons that cannot be accelerated, nor can they be effectively imparted through public displays or grand spectacles. Rather, they are forged exclusively within the unobserved moments of everyday existence. When Jesus ultimately entered the waters of the Jordan River, he brought with him not merely a divine disclosure, but also the rich harvest gleaned from countless years spent in profound quietude. For contemporary individuals, the insight offered by this narrative is both subtly comforting and deeply significant. Our own personal periods of undisclosed development, those extended phases of life during which seemingly nothing extraordinary occurs, might similarly function as crucial seasons of intensive preparation. Intervals of anonymity are far from unproductive. Instead, they are actively molding our character and capabilities in ways that remain imperceptible to us. Consequently, when the opportune moment of our individual vocation or purpose arrives, we, too, might ascertain that these previously unobserved years have endowed us with precisely what is required to fulfill our destiny. Furthermore, the period of Jesus' youthful anonymity eloquently underscores the intrinsic modesty of the divine essence. Should the Son of God genuinely have existed in quietude for nearly 2 full decades, then the very state of being unnoticed is thereby rendered sacred. It is not indicative of inadequacy to remain unobserved, nor is there any ignominy in being concealed from public view. In this context, the commonplace is elevated to a sacred status, and that which remains undocumented becomes singularly valuable. A deity who consciously embraced such a period of obscurity also implicitly chose to validate the inherent worth of every human existence lived beyond the dazzling illumination of historical prominence. Let us once more bring to mind Nazareth, with its tranquil thoroughfares, its unassuming residences, its fertile agricultural lands, and its bustling artisanal workplaces. Envision a young individual traversing these familiar surroundings on a daily basis, diligently engaged in manual labor, attentively absorbing his environment, and continuously acquiring knowledge. Not a single person committed his utterances to writing, nor did anyone meticulously chronicle his routine days. Nevertheless, within that very anonymity, the foundational elements for what would become the most profoundly lasting voice in human history were being meticulously forged and refined. This contemplative exercise extends an earnest invitation to find solace and repose. Should an individual perceive their own existence as being largely unobserved, or if their daily routines appear to be utterly commonplace, it is crucial to recall that anonymity does not signify an absence of significance. Rather, it serves as a rigorous academy for cultivating perseverance, a transformative forge for developing inner fortitude, and a secluded reservoir brimming with profound insights. The deliberate reticence within the gospel narratives concerning these years might be interpreted not as an informational void, but more accurately as a benevolent offering, impressing upon us the truth that periods of inconspicuousness can possess their own inherent, serene sanctity. Consider these unrecorded periods not as an intricate enigma demanding resolution, but rather as a profound precept waiting to be assimilated. This lesson elucidates that genuine eminence frequently develops in quietude, that aspects of life that go unobserved nonetheless possess intrinsic importance, that the most impactful lives are often meticulously cultivated during phases of anonymity, and that, on occasion, the very lacunae within a narrative prove to be the most influential in shaping the entirety of the recounted tale. The profound reticence surrounding Jesus' unrecorded years transcends mere instigation of intellectual curiosity. It fundamentally reconfigures the very comprehension of faith itself. For adherents, the canonical Gospels are not merely factual chronicles, but rather sacred attestations purposefully structured to disclose truths that extend beyond conventional historical documentation. Nevertheless, the substantial void encompassing 18 years serves as a potent reminder that spiritual conviction is not predicated upon exhaustive minutiae, but rather upon a steadfast reliance in that which has been divinely ordained to persist. This very absence, paradoxically, constitutes a crucible for faith, posing the fundamental question of whether individuals can embrace inexplicable elements as an intrinsic component of the hallowed narrative. Should Jesus genuinely have embarked on journeys to remote territories, assimilating profound insights from diverse spiritual legacies, then faith would consequently broaden its perspective to discern the divine providence intricately woven throughout a multiplicity of cultures, rather than being exclusively confined to a singular tradition. The transcendent message would thus transform from a solitary melodic strain into a rich, symphonic concord, reverberating harmoniously across disparate civilizations. Such an interpretative framework possesses the capacity to intensify spiritual veneration, illustrating that God's intrinsic truth is not circumscribed by limitations, but is instead universally applicable. However, this perspective simultaneously generates a degree of disquietude, as it tends to obscure the established demarcation lines that long-standing religious customs have meticulously maintained. Conversely, if Jesus instead resided serenely within Nazareth, enveloped in a cloak of anonymity, faith is then confronted with an alternative form of intellectual and spiritual challenge. This interpretation demands that we accept the extraordinary proposition that the Son of God existed for several decades as an unremarkable individual, largely unobserved and unheralded by the world. It posits that divine essence can indeed inhabit the sphere of the commonplace, and that sanctity can manifest itself beneath the guise of an ordinary existence. This particular understanding profoundly consecrates daily life, impressing upon adherents that the hallowed is discoverable not solely within miraculous events, but equally within moments of quietude, diligent toil, and steadfast endurance. Furthermore, if these unrecorded years were, in fact, intentionally suppressed or obscured, faith then encounters an even more piercing interrogation. Is it possible for the ecclesiastical establishment, with all its human fallibilities, its deliberate selections, and its periods of omission, to still be deemed a trustworthy custodian of profound truth? For some individuals, this particular conjecture significantly undermines their conviction and trust. For others, however, it paradoxically intensifies their spiritual resolve, imparting the understanding that the fundamental core of the divine message is inherently beyond the capacity of any single human institution to fully contain, and indeed can persist resiliently even in the face of deliberate repression. Each distinct theoretical possibility, therefore, carries with it a unique set of profound ramifications, each serving to reconfigure the very contours of religious conviction. To accept and contemplate these varied hypotheses does not equate to a renunciation of one's fundamental tenets. Rather, it allows one's belief system to become more adaptable, more far-reaching in scope, and more receptive to the inherent mysteries of the unknown. Faith, in this evolving context, transitions from being primarily concerned with absolute certitude to being more deeply rooted in unwavering reliance. It shifts from a desire for intellectual ownership of truth to an embrace of profound awe and perpetual inquiry. These contemplative insights encourage a serene receptiveness. Spiritual conviction has no imperative to recoil from the profound reticence surrounding the unrecorded periods. Instead, it can gracefully assimilate the enigmatic as an intrinsic component of its very composition, serving as a powerful testament to the notion that fundamental truth transcends the limitations of linguistic expression and historical documentation. Faith thrives not through the exhaustive elucidation of every perplexing conundrum, but rather by progressing resolutely, even when the prospective route ahead remains indistinctly illuminated. Envision a portable illuminating device, such as a lantern, being meticulously carried through the profound darkness of night. Its emitted radiance does not possess the capacity to utterly dispel the encompassing gloom, yet it effectively illuminates the immediate path, guiding each successive stride. In a similar fashion, spiritual conviction navigates through the realm of the inexplicable. The unrecorded periods may persist in their invisibility, yet the illuminating influence of their inherent implications continues to offer direction. Regardless of whether they conceal extensive travels or profound quietude, deliberate suppression or simple anonymity, they serve to impress upon us that the overarching narrative of Jesus is not exhaustively concluded solely within written manuscripts. Rather, it finds its ultimate consummation within the core of spiritual belief, where the very act of embracing mystery is elevated to a sacred experience. Permit that inner illumination, akin to the lantern's steady glow, to radiate from within your own being. While it does not provide a definitive explanation for the profound historical reticence, it renders that silence tolerable, enabling one to coexist with the unknown. It serves as a potent reminder that authentic faith is not synonymous with absolute factual assurance, but rather with an unwavering reliance upon that which inherently persists and endures, even when the historical record remains fragmented or incomplete. Following the culmination of all meticulous investigation, every speculative hypothesis, and every diligent endeavor to trace the intricate threads of lore and ancient scriptures, a singular constant persists: a profound absence of information. The unrecorded periods of Jesus' life continue to be elusive, and it is conceivable that they shall forever remain so. The canonical Gospels leave these years conspicuously unaddressed. Academics engage in interminable scholastic discourse concerning them. Narrators artfully integrate them into captivating stories of extensive journeys and wondrous occurrences. Yet, the definitive veracity, assuming such a truth could ever be precisely codified onto a written document, perpetually remains unarticulated. This profound historical lacuna is far from being devoid of substance or significance. On the contrary, it has captivated the collective imagination for countless centuries, drawing pilgrims, spiritual seekers, scholarly historians, and visionary idealists into its compelling sphere of influence. The unrecorded periods serve as an emphatic reminder that historical accounts are never entirely exhaustive. They underscore the principle that hallowed existences cannot be fully encapsulated solely within written documentation. That which remains unarticulated often possesses an influence as potent as that which is explicitly proclaimed. The very absence of information, paradoxically, evolves into an integral element of the overarching narrative, profoundly influencing the manner in which we attentively perceive, intellectually ponder, and spiritually affirm. Viewed from this perspective, the unrecorded periods function less as an informational void and more as a reflective surface. Each successive generation invariably projects into this historical lacuna precisely what it most ardently desires. Perhaps a benevolent global instructor fostering unity between Eastern and Western philosophies. Conceivably a modest artisan consecrating the dignity of anonymity. Or even a reclusive spiritual adept shielded by an aura of mystery. The profound silence adeptly conforms to the contours of our inquiries, mirroring back to us not definitive answers, but rather the profound nature of our own aspirations and heartfelt longing. Yet there resides a subtle and profound sagacity in allowing this historical reticence to remain undisturbed. For if every minute detail were to be definitively known, if every single year were to be meticulously documented, the inherent mystique would inevitably dissipate entirely. The unrecorded periods instruct us in the art of coexisting with uncertainty, urging us to embrace spiritual conviction not as an intellectual acquisition, but as an act of profound reliance. They serve as a powerful testament to the fact that even within the informational interstices, profound significance continues to reside. Picture the experience of concluding a literary work only to discover that its most pivotal chapter is conspicuously absent. Initially, one is likely to feel a sense of disquietude or perturbation. However, a subsequent realization dawns. The very absence of this chapter fundamentally alters the manner in which the entirety of the text is interpreted. One then tends to dwell thoughtfully upon the extant words, meticulously scrutinizing the pauses and lacunae between them, allowing one's creative faculty to roam freely in speculative contemplation. The human intellect possesses an innate inclination to discern the subtle interstices between various elements, prompting one's creative faculties to freely traverse hypothetical landscapes and construct narratives within these unfilled regions. One often allows their imagination to wander, exploring the conceptual voids that exist in any given account or observation. Indeed, what is absent has, in many instances, become an integral component of a narrative, fundamentally shaping its contours and influencing its interpretation from within. This profound principle, where lacunae are not merely voids but active forces, finds a compelling and illustrative parallel in the historical and spiritual account of the life of Jesus of Nazareth. For the individual engaging with this discourse tonight, a profound and enduring consideration persists. The notion that the unarticulated or the untold can possess a sanctity equal to, if not surpassing, that which has been explicitly voiced. The profound quietude surrounding the undocumented periods, frequently referred to as the lost years, should not be perceived as an imperfection or a deficiency in the historical record. Rather, it functions as an essential characteristic, serving as a poignant reminder that profound truths frequently reside veiled in obscurity, patiently awaiting discovery, yet inherently resisting complete intellectual capture or definitive comprehension. These concealed epochs, therefore, present themselves not as mere blanks, but as an open summons to deep contemplation and intellectual curiosity. They beckon individuals to embark on a journey of earnest inquiry, encouraging a deliberate embrace of the enigmatic and a tranquil acceptance of the unfathomable aspects of existence. One might consider closing their eyes, allowing a profound stillness to envelop the senses and settle around them. This is not the silence born of an absence or a vacuum, but rather a quietude imbued with profound resonance and a palpable sense of something significant. It is a stillness pregnant with undisclosed realities and veiled insights, truths that hover tantalizingly close, yet remain just beyond immediate apprehension. Somewhere within the profound expanse of that contemplative quietude, it is conceivable that the unspoken narrative of 18 formative years resides, waiting to be intuitively perceived. However, an alternative and perhaps more profound perspective suggests that this particular story was never destined for explicit narration. Perhaps its inherent purpose was always to persist as an enigma, serving to direct human understanding not through the rigidity of absolute certainty, but rather through the expansive and enriching lens of profound astonishment and ceaseless inquiry. The phrase, "by wonder," suggests a profound state of being significantly influenced or entirely characterized by an overwhelming sense of awe and astonishment. This particular condition implies a perception of the world, or an engagement with a specific phenomenon that extends beyond mere intellectual understanding, delving into a realm of deep emotional resonance and often transformative personal experience. Such a powerful sentiment frequently arises from encountering the truly extraordinary, the unexpectedly grand, or the sublimely magnificent. Be it the intricate design of a natural landscape, the boundless expanse of the celestial sphere, or the breathtaking genius embedded within an artistic creation. Individuals or collective endeavors defined by this intrinsic sentiment are often propelled by an insatiable curiosity, a compelling urge to explore the uncharted territories of knowledge. and an unwavering appreciation for the mysterious and profound elements that permeate all existence. It represents a distinctive perspective that cultivates both humility and profound inspiration, consistently compelling observers to look beyond the ordinary and to contemplate the deeper, more enigmatic aspects of reality.